Hey everybody, can everybody hear me all right? Hopefully the balance is okay. Let me know if the balance of music to my voice is off. Yeah. Don't be alarmed, folks, if some blackness occurs for a second here. Just moving shit around on my screen and preserving people's privacy here. Okay. And yes. Yeah. How are everybody today? Just quickly catching up. I chatted with Party a lot today, and then yeah. Okay, let's see how chat is. Okay, I'm gonna check chat now. Let's see who's came in. Party, welcome in. Our long-suffering mod. Ben, good evening. Shay, hello. And Emmy, hey. Emmy. Epic, hey, Epic, how's it going? And I see Simp and Miro are here. Awesome to see you all. Wait a minute, you can't hear music? Oh boy. Oh. Yes. Yes, that is. That's good. If you can hear the wind, that's a good sign. Okay. Mic and keyboard sounds? Good. I'm dead. I feel very sleepy. I talked a lot today. I talked a lot yesterday, and I talked a lot on Friday. So... and I'm going to be doing a bit more talking tomorrow night. But tomorrow day I can just return to my hermitage. I'm doing average to slightly above average. Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear that, Leo. Yeah, it's just ambient music sounds. That's all right now. It's been a good day. Epic said, finished RE9. Awesome. I'm chilling before I head to bed. I have work in the morning, so I'll be sticking around for an hour or so. Oh, awesome. Miro also has an early night. That is super fair. Yes. No music? Yeah, there's no music right now. Just atmospheric sounds. Yeah. Tea sounds great. Party. Sorry, guys. Yeah, you guys will hear typing every now and then with my super creamy keyboard. Yeah, today was good. Yeah, just talking. So, nah. Hey, Tim. Oops. Dane. Anyway. My apologies. So basically anyway, yeah, basically today I crashed at around 5:30, and I woke up at, my alarm woke me up at 7, and I was supposed to start the stream at like 7:30, and I was like, I can't. Yeah, there's Leo. We also got Leo. But yeah, it's been a long day of just chatting, so yeah, I kind of feel kind of slightly talked out, but on the other hand, I thought I should hang out with everybody, see where everyone is at. I know that some folks in here have been playing the new Resident Evil 9. Let me know how that goes. I play Grace very aggressively. Oh. Interesting. I don't know how Jonathan did it. I think Jonathan said that he was what was the word? I feel like he said something about, oh man, being conservative with his weapons or something, so he could go back and do New Game Plus and be a bit more, I don't know, aggressive or something. I'm not sure. But I suppose there's like a Grace trapped with zombies, zombies trapped with Leon. You can trap me with Leon any day. Yeah. I used to watch people play scary stuff on stream. One of my favorite streamers was someone who would play what he called spoopy games, and yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch him try to solve stuff. I really genuinely loved it. Jonathan had too many bullets and healing items at the end. Yeah. Shay's purring. So how is everyone? I think Emmy said she had a very busy day. Emmy sent me some photos of her IRL life because we're besties. And I was so... I had a good chuckle over your boys' faces. It was just really cute, the pictures you sent. It was really cool. Look, you guys look like you're having fun with life over there. Over here, the snow is starting to melt. The other night we had fog, which was really lovely. I kind of hope that it will happen again. I've been working on a sci-fi fantasy, a science fantasy book, and I've got most of the outline done now. Like, most of it done. It's been taking me a little bit to hammer out some of the details because of the there's a level. I don't want to write hard sci-fi. I have no interest in writing that, but I want to write and I want it to be gritty and make sense, but I don't want it to be hard sci-fi. I have zero interest in hard sci-fi. So I basically I basically am trying to avoid that. But I need to have enough information. So this is what I did here. This is the fiction book outline that I'm working on right now. So you can kind of see it. If you have a big monitor, you could probably see more. So you can see I'm using the ghostwriting outline, basically, that I used to work with. And there's I'm not exactly sure who my competition is, because it really is something that's very different. But you can see here my basic structure, prologues, points of view, style, comparable writing style, genres, tropes, themes, motifs, and then here are this is just the main character, so this is his internal stuff. And then I have side characters, so all of these are side characters. And then I have setting, so I have the map set up, lore, outlines. So that, I think, when I last talked about it with everybody, that I think was all done already. So recently I've been going through each chapter, and I've been breaking each chapter down into scenes, and then break each scene down into parts. And you can see here that I've got everything up to chapter 16. So now I have to work 17, 18, 19, 20. So I have to go through them, decide the locations, decide any foreshadowing notes that might be affected in other books. Why am I sharing spoilers? You can't read it, I don't think. Guys, you can't read it, can you? Well, maybe you can read it a little bit, but it's fine. Just, squint. So anyway, that's kind of me telling chat what I've been working on. And the reason why I'm telling you all is I want you guys to keep me accountable and make sure am I still trying to write like Gene Wolfe? I have not started any writing, so we will see what it will be like. But my aim is to have short, punchy adjective phrases and dialogue, and I want to cut exposition down and keep exposition to a minimum, so that maybe at a time, setting aside action sequences, I want to keep things tight and not have like tons and tons of explaining of world building. And I'm not going to have the character explain 100% his past and his background. It's just going to be very immediate. And the closest style so far is kind of like a Neuromancer by William Gibson and Gene Wolfe's Shadow and Claw. But I have not done like significant practice yet. I'm still in the study phase, aka reading. From the outline, it looks like you're taking some stuff from Warhammer 40k. I'm taking stuff from Warhammer 40k. I'm taking... Why is there a... Okay, wait 1 second, chat. Sorry. I'm gonna just mute a certain tab. Sorry. Basically, how can I say this? I am going to be taking ideas from many places, Simp, because there's no such thing as an original idea. The different thing about mine is that my story will have gods, my story will have music, my story will have sigils similar to Cardcaptor Sakura, my story will have intense family dynamics similar to Game of Thrones. My story will have cat boys, dog boys, frog people, spider people, dragons, dragon people. It's like Final Fantasy in space. So the way Shay was explaining to me about WoW's gods, it's close to that, but not quite. So don't try to say that's like WoW either. What I'm writing is pretty fresh. How I'm mixing it up is pretty fresh. But obviously you have to take from somewhere. There's no actual originality that happens on this planet. So you like hot starts, Epic? Yeah. So the thing about it, Epic, is I'm not like Gene Wolfe's Shadow has a hot start, right? It starts with someone going into a cemetery and seeing a bunch of people steal a body from a grave. That's pretty hot, right? Like that's pretty hot. But then for the second chapter, there's a lull because the author stops and then talks for a good chunk of time about the character's past. And don't get me wrong, I am going to touch on the main character's past, but I'm not interested in going into the heavy details. I want his past to be slowly revealed as the story goes on. and you slowly come to understand why this character is the way it is. But when you tell first person stories, you usually have to do that heavy lifting a lot of the time because of the person, the intimacy to, like, the intimacy of the whole situation. And it is for lack of a better term, part and parcel of a first person perspective. I'm disinterested in writing first person perspective. I don't want to do it for my book. I'll be writing third person. And because I'm writing third person, there's a bit of a distance between me and that person. There will be a closeness because I'm linking the third person to only one person. So it's going to be a functional first person without using I, but it does mean that I don't have the burden to sit and explain that character. I can just go for it. Now, obviously, everyone might be wondering why I'm telling you all of this, but the reason why I'm telling you all of this is because, chat, I want you to hold me accountable, so that next week everyone can say, did you finish your outline? And then after I finish my outline, I am going to be consulting with, well, I'm currently consulting with one person that we all know, Wooly. Wooly's helping me out with some of the realism, and I'll be reaching out to Emmy for first draft analysis when I write the first draft, obviously, because Emmy knows what she's at. Now, there's a couple other people who I may approach. You can always say no if you don't want to read a first draft or beta read. You can always be like, hard pass. But yeah, I do want to get some responses. But yeah, hopefully avoid answering if it's a spoiler, but for the cat and dog boys, will they have 2 sets of ears on human and one animal, or just one set? One set, Royal. One set. And the dog, the wolf boys will have like super thick, coarse hair that kind of starts in the middle of their forehead like a widow's peak, and it will go back in extremely thickness down the back of their neck. So they aren't furred over their whole bodies, but they are very scraggy. The Lycurgan people that I created are kind of like the mercenaries of the galaxy. So the main character is actually going to be a dog man who's an ex-veteran, and that's all I'm going to say about that. But yeah, so Gene Wolfe is really slow. Even the start is slow. I've had slower books, Simp. There are slower books out there. If you think Gene Wolfe is slow, I don't know how you're getting through a Jane Austen. Star Wars does that too. It has a hot start, Vader attacking to show the audience what's in store for the setting, and then brings the focus to a calm area to Luke. Yes, Epic. It's necessary, and I'll be doing that as well. But given the size of my book, the slow, like, ease off of the hot start will be, it will be shorter than normal. Yeah. Leo said, if you go on a search for originality, you'll end up in hardcore Pomo type of writing. Yeah, Leo, look. There are many people in this world who are like, I'm going to write art, true art. I'm not one of those people. I think, I'm interested in taking people away on an interesting journey into a world has its own originality, but I'm not going to try to be 100% original, because you can't, right? Trying to be 100% original is silly. I want to show my love and inspiration. Final Fantasy inspired me. You know, for years and years, I thought that Star Wars was the only science fantasy out there. And then Final Fantasy XIV came along. And I realized that the Final Fantasy series is probably the backbone of sci-fi, science fantasy. And the way that they cover big topics is just so beautiful and subtle. And I can't even explain what Final Fantasy XIV does. But it is... I left Endwalker wanting to write like a PhD thesis about several topics. I just think that entertainment can have an aesthetic value. Yeah. Let's see. Shay just learned the other day that she can pinch the screen on YouTube. Yeah. Good for you, Shay. African pulls a whip out. She's cracking her whip. Oh my goodness. I'm prepared, whip engaged. Awesome. I'm glad you're excited. I'm excited by the excitement in your voice. Yeah, I'm excited by what I've come up with, and I want to share it with you all because I do want you all to keep asking about it. In May, my college courses start because I'm going back, you know, to restart my career again. And I would like to get the book done within 2 to 3 weeks. And so then I don't have to worry about writing a book in May. So, yeah. Oh, here's Wooly. Hello, Wooly. I'm just updating chat on my progress in my book. Wooly was like one of the people who I was talking with. Oh, thank you. Party is supplying me with tea and other goodies. So Wooly gave me some solid pushback on some ideas and provided me with some other great ideas, which I ended up implementing 3/4 of it. So I'm very, very thankful to people. And of course, if I approach you, you can always say no, too busy, cannot do. But yeah, we'll see. Emmy said, it's been too long since I read Chieko's writing. All of her ghostwriting was under lock and key. Emmy, during... Chat doesn't know, but when I was in China, I would write this comedic book every night, and then Emmy would read it out loud. And basically, like, Emmy has been a massive cheerleader in my life who hasn't given up on me. So, yeah, I his sci-fi-tism was useful? Oh, yes. Yes. Of course, I was, like, pushing back a little bit on Wooly, if I recall. But that's just me, right? I'm a bit of a biatch, so... Poor Wooly. But I do appreciate Wooly stood fast. He was he was standing fast there and holding the fort. So yeah. Maybe Simp is brain rotted from all the romantasy he's been reading, like all those TikTok girlies. I I think that if you want to write something for a specific genre, you have to consume a bunch of stuff. I'm probably going to finish reading Shadow and Claw, and then I might reread Neuromancer, and then I might read a light novel, because I'm really aiming to write light novels. But I do think some people read books for the wrong reason, right? So if you're a writer and you want to appeal to a specific audience, right? You need to read on like different levels. You have to read from a content level to say what has been written about before, what is hot right now, and what should be hot soon, and fill in that niche that people don't yet have. That's kind of like the key to writing stuff like that. And then on top of that, because you don't want to write for something that's completely saturated. And then on top of that, you also have to read with an eye to the technical level of the books, because you don't want to, let's say, write for a let's say a romantasy type audience and promise them a intensely built world building and all of that stuff, which they do look for in solid romantasies. They have a lot of world building that goes in and a lot of exposition on those kinds of things. You don't want to, write a romantasy that doesn't have the world building and all of the aspects of a romantasy that are required to make it, interesting to a romantasy reader. And then you also want to think about the technical level of your language. So what's the dialogue to exposition ratio? What's the action to explaining ratio? And then you want to think about things like, what kind of vocabulary am I using? Because, for example, if your vocabulary is too high or too low, you will put off the readers that you're engaging with. So if you are overusing heavy vocabulary or underusing heavy vocabulary, it depends on which genre and which audience you're going for. If you don't pay attention to those kinds of trends, then you got a problem. It was too heavy? Yeah, it was too heavy. Okay. Let's just say, simp, that I was told that my world building was undercooked, but I think Audra Winter or Milo or whatever they're calling themselves these days, they overcooked it, and their world building expository paragraphs were shit. So would your light novel be Japanese coded, anime coded, or are you doing your own thing with that format? I want to write aesthetically, like eventually I'll get to aesthetically beautiful anime style scenes. So it's going to have like a sense of an anime to it. There's going to be a bit of a, but you know how like some translations of Japanese language is a little, there's like a certain approach to writing that Asians have. I'm not going to have that. I'm going to be a Westerner. I'm going to write the way that I write. But don't worry, everybody. I might actually post like the first 2 chapters in Discord. And then if you're interested, you can take a look and give me feedback on the first 2 chapters. Yeah, I might do that for people, but once again, I don't want to pressure people and be like, oh, I have to read her stuff. Like, I don't want you to feel like you have to read my stuff. But if you are interested, I will probably post the first 2 chapters, because I want feedback on the energy of the piece. So yeah. But it's going to be like Final Fantasy XIV mixed with Warhammer 40k, mixed with Game of Thrones, mixed with Cardcaptor Sakura, mixed with Greek/Roman mythology, mixed with Harry Potter, mixed with something else. WoW, World of Warcraft, mixed with Inception, mixed with trying to think. Back to the Future. Anyway, yeah. Oh, I should clarify. I should actually really clarify. Everything that I just told you is for the saga as a whole, for the space opera as a whole. I'm not putting all of that in one book, so don't worry, Wooly. Not all of that's going in one book. It's going in the whole. Like, the whole space opera will cover all of those kinds of things. I hope that makes sense. So, because of that, as you can imagine, we're going to actually take a look at Daniel Greene. Now, we have had some feelings about Daniel Greene. We don't always agree with Daniel Greene. And some of us in Discord have had some questions about Daniel Greene. But today we're going to just laugh at or laugh with Daniel Greene talking about sci-fi. Hopefully it will be fun and not drive us nutty. Yep. But yeah, so don't worry, Willie. I'm not putting it all in one book, just in case anybody here is thinking I'm sounding like a crazy person. It's a space opera, so it's kind of like the Cherry novels. He shares my first name. Great. Now we know. We have a Daniel in chat. So, yeah. So it's kind of like the Cherry books, I guess. What I want to write is like a string of books all focused around different aspects of time and space. It's not all in one book, Willie, just so you know. So you can rest assured, Willie, rest assured. Epic said, yes, for this evening's meal, we'll be served a course of Daniel Greene. A familiar taste, ladies, gents. Grab your forks and knives and prepare to dig in. Yeah. Yeah, it's not all in one book. She's laughing because I'm nervous, okay? I'm very nervous about this whole thing. Okay, so let's see what he's gonna teach us about science fiction. And I want everyone to pull out their science fiction knowledge and correct Daniel if he is wrong or if he has a weird take. Let me know in the chat below.
Genres.
And I will stop the chat and I'll stop the video and we will. Okay, let's see here. He has pulp science fiction and dystopian science fiction. So pulp is adventure, spectacle, vibes, and escapism. Yeah, I think I'd probably fit in pulp. Then he's putting science fantasy in science fiction. I don't know how I feel about that, but that's myths and spacesuits. Tech replaces magic. That's not happening in my books. Tech does not replace magic entirely. Hard science fiction. How could this actually go? And near future. Satire. Space opera. Yeah. He puts Star Wars in space opera. I mean, he's not wrong there. I think that would be a good place to put it. But I also think Star Wars is science fantasy too. I think I want to write pulp. I think that's where I would land, somewhere between pulp and science fantasy. It's science fantasy. See, my issue with pulp, the thing about the thing about pulp fiction is that pulp fiction isn't I know that pulp fiction is a genre, but I think now we often will think about pulp as being an approach. Am I crazy? Yeah, see? It's not a... Okay. Pulp fiction refers to inexpensive, mass-marketed magazines and paperbacks, popular from the 1920s to 1940s, named for the cheap wood pulp paper they were printed on. It is characterized by sensational, fast-paced storytelling across genres like detective, romance, and science fiction. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh. I was like, I feel like pulp is not a specific genre. It's more of an approach to a genre. Am I crazy? Okay. He just cheated with one crazy chick. It's the categories. Yeah. Pulp is good. Ben is feeling the tism. Oh, are you? Oh, no. I'm sorry, chat. I'll get it started. You know what I don't see up here? Marvel or DC. Oh, that's a good point, Epic. Where would we even put that? Technically, based off of how Marvel was being written with the films, I would put it somewhere between pulp and near future, honestly. But because they had Thor and stuff in there, no, you know what? No, I'm going to still keep it out of science fantasy because they flopped with the Thor stuff. Thor was an opportunity, but I feel like they kind of went dead in the water on it. Otherwise, I would have put like the Thor films into science fantasy, but they kind of fucked around there. Pulp is seen as an approach. Yeah, Simp, you and me. I don't know if I would put it in here as like an actual, yeah, but I guess if we look at his stuff here, it isn't really, I guess what's throwing me is science fantasy to me is a completely separate genre from sci-fi. You know what? I'm already tisming. I'm already like, but anyway, I don't, pulp is how you are writing and how you are balancing the prose with like the expository prose with your dialogue and your action pieces, whereas science fantasy is actually about like content. And anyway, I'm categories. These categories are whack. Why is he even calling it levels? These aren't levels. What do you mean levels? Levels. Oh, anyway, let's keep going. Oh. No. Oh. Pulp came to be due to economic constraints, which later became a genre. Yeah, it's a cross genre approach to writing, Wooly. It's not a genre in and of itself. Pulp science fiction doesn't have to be bad. No, it doesn't. H.G. Wells wrote pulp fiction. Yeah. Don't slurp your tea. There. It can't be multiple genres. Jonathan knows that pulp is multiple genres. My chat is so smart. I'm so proud of my chat. Pulp is also the expectation of a short story approved to be in certain magazines in those times. Yeah. That's because in Marvel, there are deniable elements of magic and gods and super technology interacting with an urban environment. So it's interesting. It's not up there. Yes. I think actually Epic, he's probably talking only about novels. Okay. I think he's only talking about novels. So that's probably why, because the Marvel novel series is probably just not existing really in his brain. He's not including films, right? The way he's organized his ideas is not a bad thing to talk about all of these different approaches to, I would say 7 approaches to science fiction, and then do it this way. And honestly, if you're going to use the term hard sci-fi, shouldn't we be using the word soft sci-fi as well? Shouldn't we have like just soft sci-fi beside it? I don't know. Yeah, pulp, I will agree, is more of a vibe than a genre. Pulp fiction makes me think of dirty crime stories. Yeah, I called out the levels and categories too. Yeah. Yeah. 1 to 7. Yeah. I would say that any story written with the economy of word is pulp. Any genre can be written. Yes, exactly, Wooly. That's why I'm like, why are we even? But anyway, why are we even? It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm being a nitpicky biatch. That's just the way it is tonight. I also wonder how many levels this guy actually reads when he does this. I don't know. We'll find out how he's talking about it. These categories should work for film, book, games. Yeah. Light sci-fi. Yeah, I think hard sci is more specific. Soft sci-fi would be a lot more genres. Yeah, well, this is subgenres. I don't know. Well, let's get into it, folks. Let's go.
Science fiction is one of the genres out there, but I would argue it's probably the most complex when it comes to the diverse array of stories it makes available to you, and also how it uses the core element of the genre, science fiction. Fiction based around scientific ideas, possibilities, absurdities. It goes on and on and on forever, which is actually a little bit of a problem. You see, sci-fi is what we call a top-level genre, one that consumes a plethora of others. And I wouldn't actually say it's even that helpful as a label because of how broad of a swath it encapsulates. It turns out if you label a genre just based off of science, and science is kind of a lot of stuff, it ends up going from soft sci-fi to hard sci-fi, and also has many of the people who are interested in it come under misconceptions about what exactly sci-fi is, or asks of you, the reader. And I have encountered so many people in my life who are almost afraid to try sci-fi because they think it's going to make them feel stupid or feel like homework where they have to be thinking it through and digging into the scientific principles behind it all. And I just want you to know that's entirely not true.
Yeah. So you don't have to be smart.
And in this video, I'm actually going to be labeling the 7 levels of sci-fi in terms of what I actually think they ask of you, the reader, from...
He said it. You don't have to be smart. I guess he's not true. Anybody can I guess he is true. Anyone can pick up a microphone and start talking about sci-fi. I just feel like I just feel that you could potentially... Like, what I'm planning to do is essentially write a type of pulp book, but create a space opera out of a whole bunch of pulp books or light novels. So, like, part of me is already thinking, where does my book fit in his little schema here? It's not fitting well, folks. It's it's not fitting well because I want to write in a pulpy style with a space opera and science fantasy. So it's looking a bit grim for Chieko already. Where is she going to put her book? How is she going to sell it? I probably won't sell it at all, really. Let's be real here. But yeah, this is well, you know what? At least we will potentially maybe hear about some things that we want to read. So yeah. Reading 15 books is not reading a lot. She as a Sarlacc, a book Sarlacc, I know that there are some book Sarlaccs in here. Emmy is a book Sarlacc when she has time. Shay is one. Miro. I miss the era of Star Trek where the writer's room was forced to read Foundation for homework. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute. Miro, my man. Don't you have like a degree in astronomy or something? Like, do you ever watch sci-fi and like get mildly freaked out because they're like screwing around with facts about planets? Or are you able to just lean back and just let it happen and just be like, yeah, it is what it is? He clarifies it as what he thinks the genre requires of the reader. Yeah, so I think his title, once again, I think his title could be tweaked. But a bit of both. Yeah, that's fair, Miro. That's fair.
The just here for fun adventure tales all the way down to stuff that might live up to the stereotype. Some of these are broad genres within their own right that have just become pillars within science fiction. Others are more concept-based, but it's the best system I could come up with to satisfy any reader who's curious to check out science fiction and wants to figure out just how deep into these waters they want to go. So without any further ado, let's get into Let's go ahead and kick it off with the first top super cozy level. This is essentially a day at the spa where you're only taking the cool parts of what science fiction brings to the table and letting the rest puff off in the wind. And this is going to be pulp, which some people claim is essentially dead, and I think they're entirely wrong. They're confusing an evolving of aesthetics with the extinction of a genre. Pulp is and has been for a very long time a major part of science fiction and fantasy. It is not something that is inherently dumb or bad. In fact, many stories that actually would technically be within pulp are critically heralded to this day. But there is a driving undertone to what makes pulp stories what they are, and that is a dedication to adventure, spectacle, vibes, and escapism before realism, science, or technicality. Here you're gonna have ray guns because pew pow awesome cool. There are textbook top-tier zeitgeist examples of pulp stories within science fiction, including the likes of John Carter of Mars, Flash Gordon, and actually a proto-space opera, Skylark of Space. Depending on how you look at it, actually a definer for the space operas to come, but still, in terms of its understanding, first and foremost a pulp story. But it makes a great point I want to clarify before we get in any deeper waters here, and that is that almost no story is going to be entirely constrained to one level, and instead we're talking about how things present on the surface.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this guy, I really appreciate how he just said that a book cannot always be linked to just one of his levels, at which point don't use the word level. But anyway, see, I like how you noticed Skylark of Space is also an early prototype of a space opera. I would also agree pulp isn't dead. We call pulp novels now, like one form of them, I think, that still exists, is quite alive, would be actually light novels. I think light novels are quite close to pulp. It's just that because the majority of light novels are written by a specific, shall I say, Asian aesthetic that can cause the pulp novel to have that specific, like I said, aesthetic. Whereas I think if a Westerner said, I'm going to write a light novel, but I'm going to do it with a more Western pulp type of way, that would be a research. I think people, I want to believe that people will read. I hope that they will want to read it. But one of my most favorite Star Wars books, Starfighters of Adamar, is essentially a pulp novel. Essentially, like in the way that it was written. It's short, it's punchy, it has a lot of dialogue. It's just an adventure. It's just escapism. It's called Starfighters of Adamar by Aaron Alston. And it is not necessarily not well written, but I liked it because it had that humor, it had that comedy, and it had the pew pew, and it had all of my favorite X-Wing pilot characters. Best system I could come up with. Child, don't sell yourself so short. So levels equals vibes. Yeah, we gotta ignore his. You know what? Let's give him props for having Phantom of the Opera at the beginning with like time text. He's doing better than me. New Trek? No. Okay. Okay, Miro. That's fair. The 7 vibes of science fiction. Yeah. See, Emmy and I, we are like, oh man, we vibe so much. I should just move to Michigan. Let's all be real. Gotcha. I saw levels, so I wasn't sure what that meant. Yeah. What's his outfit? Well, he's wearing purple. He's so stunning and brave, Shay. He's stunning and brave. He wants to appeal to the fellow kids. He has his hat backwards, like he wants to go back to like the early 90s or late 80s or whatever. Skylark have spaces are quite weird. He needed to use level for YouTube algorithm. Yes, so that's why Space Lark. I don't know. For Pulp Fiction, I would have brought up Scavenger's Reign as a modern version of it. Would be nice if he had more modern titles. I'm going to rate your guys. If as we are looking at each of his vibes, 7 vibes of sci-fi. Okay, as we check out the vibes that he got from sci-fi books. If you come up with ideas for number 1, number 6, and number... How is his board even laid out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Even the way he lays out his board. Shouldn't it go 1, 2, 3, 4 across the top and then 3, 4, 5? Oh, I wonder if he's a... Anyway. Okay. So if anyone here comes up with anything for number 1, pulp, number 6, science fantasy, and number 7, space opera, and if you can come up with any books that might be one of these 3 and have magic and or gods in it, please let me know in chat. Okay, so pulp, Annihilation is more science fantasy horror. Yeah, it is pulp-ish in the sense that it is a very tiny novel, but the way Annihilation is written is there is a level of art and aesthetic in the Annihilation, the first book. So the first book didn't give me pulp vibes. It gave me artsy horror vibes, and I was scared shitless. The hat is a sign of cowardice. Shave your head and embrace the bald. Yeah, nobody's embracing the bald in here, right? Ben says, fuck, now I can't unsee how he laid out the board. Yeah, I'm telling you guys, this board is fun. This is a fun board. He needs to wear his pants backwards. uh, 5 is space opera. Yes. Thank you, Miro. Mass Effect equals space opera? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mass Effect. The games are pretty good, I heard. Lovecraft was pulp also because of how much he wrote, although technically Lovecraft was way before the pulp era. That's kind of true. Yeah, I love Lovecraft. Except for, you know, the obvious parts that I don't love. But, yeah. Dune is both space opera and a science fantasy. That is true. I think he put Dune in his list. Let the man express his skin tendencies. Okay, well, anyway, let's keep going. So far, I do want to say I like how he just said that a book can have multiple vibes. So I do appreciate that. Let us give him his due. He is correct about that. And he was correct about the fact that this is about what is expected from the reader or what it's offering to the reader to a degree. So let's keep going.
For example, one of my favorite stories of recent memory is a pulp sci-fi story that also happens to be a much deeper level of satire. It also proves that pulp is still alive and thriving today, and that is going to be DCC, or as it's better known, Dungeon Crawler Carl. The story of a man and his cat surviving the end of the world as it's taken over by corporate intergalactic interests, and he's thrown into a death race through multiple levels. Hey, relevant. Maybe I should find a way to kill you as we get deeper. We need to escape now! Move on to the next level! Well, there are oh, wait, you're not on the next level. We're still going on 1. I guess that means you died. But what keeps Dungeon Crawler Carl first and foremost in my mind a modern day pulp story, which again is in no way, shape, or form a condescending thing to say, is the fact that it is about rule of cool. People read this because it's the most bingeable, escapism, badass thing imaginable, and it has plenty of critique that we're going to talk about later when we get into satire. There are themes and nuance to characters that can be dissected endlessly online, so please, if there's actually one thing I want you to take away from this level, it's that the inherent negativity that often seems to permeate the air when pulp is brought up is hooey, and there's garbage at every level. We're talking about the utilization of sci-fi here, and any artist can take any level and make it something extraordinary. It just...
I thought Dungeon Carl was a lit RPG. Wait a minute. Simp and I. But Dungeon Carl is a lit RPG. Are lit RPGs pulps? Okay. How can I explain this? Do you remember how I always talk about the levels of reading and how you see a piece of writing? When we take a look at Dungeon Crawler Carl, and I'm fairly sure that we took a look at the sample. So we're going to take a look here. And then we're going to do this. Let's take a look here. Oh, dang. Let's hope. Okay, here we go. Sorry, wait 1 second. Apologies, everybody. Okay. So here is Dungeon Crawler Carl. Here is John Carter of Adventures on Mars. And here is a detective, Pulp Tales. Okay. Now, if we take a look here at Dungeon Crawler Carl, you can see a wall of exposition. This is written in first person. And you can see that it just goes on and on. And finally here, in this paragraph here, we get our first dialogue. This is a lot of personal exposition, but because of the way it's written, it's extremely casual and it is more accessible, shall I say. But in terms of pacing, of dialogue to explaining things, there's a lot of explaining things. And oh my lord, look at that stuff. The reason why I'm highlighting is that I find that a lot of lit RPGs suffer from telling, not showing. They suffer a lot. And it just, it's a lot of just, it's almost, it can be probably, it could be maybe, enjoyable for certain people, but it's a lot of telling, not showing. Now, if we click on John Carter, you can see this is also written in first person, and you can see it's very similar. This is very, very similar to Dungeon Crawler Carl in terms of how it is written. So you could see how some people would argue that given a story like John Carter existing, that pulp fiction does not necessarily mean tons of dialogue and like a sense of immediacy. It can just be a bro chilling and just burbling in your ear. Once again, some people have high tolerance for this. Some people don't. Okay, let's change to a detective pulp fiction. Right away, we have within the second paragraph, we have somebody talking. And you can see we have people talking right away. So I will say that I think that the original pulp fiction that was actually written during its time period was, you can see here, we have a high exposition to like the ratio of dialogue to exposition is higher. There's a sense of immediacy and people talking. So I'm not suggesting that John Carter and Dungeon Crawler Carl aren't pulp-y, but I think they're pulpy in the sense that the content is casual, rule of cool, just YOLO, have fun, don't think too hard. But I think in terms of writing approach and writing style, they don't have all of the earmarks of traditional pulp fiction. So it is possible that some pulp fiction could be still exist today, but it would require somebody who has, maybe in my head, I would say that something is a bit more pulpy if the balance between dialogue and exposition is a little bit more equal. But that's just me. I could see where that might be a problem. And then let's take this. We're going to choose this. Now, I'm going to choose a light novel. I'm choosing Apothecary Diaries. Now, I've not read Apothecary Diaries before. But if you take a look at Apothecary Diaries, okay, and you can see, what can you see right away? What can you see right away? This is chapter 1. Don't worry. It's a sample. You can see that similar to the detective pulp tales, you get into people talking almost right away. Do you see that? This is why I'm saying that if I was Daniel Greene, I would actually not say that lit RPGs are pulpy. They're pulpy in content, but they are not traditionally pulpy in approach to writing style. Light novels have a higher chance of being closer to pulp fiction. Oh, I'm sorry, Wooly. I don't know. Okay, wait 1 second. I have a fix. I think I have a fix. Okay. All right. Here. Okay. Is it better now? Well, obviously, Wooly, if you're on a tiny phone, I can't help you. But you can see here we have, I'll highlight it, dialogue, 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 dialogue. Here, actually, some dialogue. Here, no dialogue. Here, no dialogue. Do you see what I'm saying here? So, although it's very possible that John Carter and Dungeon Crawler Carl are pulpy in the sense that their content is rule of cool and just have fun in YOLO, I don't think... I think that light novels have a higher chance of actually being closer to pulp fiction. What does chat think? Does chat think Chieko is crazy? Be honest. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. I have not let the Dark Souls sound effect. Yeah, that was funny. Lit RPGs are pulps of today, are they not? That's what I was thinking, but you did say the books would be crossing the streams. No, lit RPGs aren't written like pulps. I can't read lit RPGs, but I can read pulps. Simp is like mind melding with me right now. I mean, they're high concept. The writing is basic. They're written very quickly. They're mass produced. Doesn't that sound like pulp fiction? In terms of content and in terms of creation, Leo, you aren't wrong. But in terms of style and writing approach, Dungeon Crawler Carl and John Carter are not pulpy in approach. Lit RPGs are closer to Wattpad web novel fan fiction. You can read pulps because you're reading the best ones. Suffer not the author to exposit. Yeah. Have not read a lit RPG, to be fair. Yeah. Nothing. I'm on my phone. The letters are smaller than Azuki. Seems better balanced, although I'm only familiar with the manga. So pulp fiction is more of a storytelling style than an actual genre of story? Yeah. Epic. Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, it's not 1-to-1, but this is closer. Light novels do have more dialogue, but they aren't that fast-paced. Once again, we're not talking about the pacing because we can cross over. So if once again, we're picking and choosing what we agree with in terms of Daniel Greene here, right? In my opinion, pulp is an approach to writing that has more of a balance between expository and dialogue. There's a sense of immediacy, and usually it's about just going and having fun, the lowest level of entertainment you can have. Now, because it's the lowest level of entertainment, people think that the writing is bad. That just goes to show you that people are mistaking technical quality with content. You can have high-level content that is written like shit, And you can have low-level content that is written extremely well. And this is why I'm saying it's like when you review books, this is why I have beef with how people review things, okay? There's like 3 to 4 ways to look at a novel. You're not just looking at, well, there's something that happened in this book, so it's good or bad. We can't just say that, right? Oh, they killed off this character, so it's a bad book now. No, it's not an enjoyable book because it did something you didn't like. But that doesn't mean that it is a bad book. There are other ways that we can define that a book is bad or good. So pulp for me anyway, is defined by a specific approach to dealing with a story. And it can also include the content that they or the approach to the content that they are dealing with. I think light novels, in my humble opinion, are closer. Now, Simp said, check the first novel. Okay, so we'll check Apothecary Diaries novel number 1. Let's check it. Choo, choo, choo. So here we have the first novel has, oops, sorry, I don't know why it reloads. Just so you know, guys, this is so cool. But Square Enix is actually the publisher for Apothecary Diaries. Crazy. I did not know Square Enix had a publishing house, but here we are. So Square Enix manga and books, absolutely nutty. So Simp is correct. The first book of it is extremely, you can see here, heavy on expository, but second chapter it changes. If we go to John Carter, second chapter doesn't change. Dungeon Crawler Carl, second chapter doesn't change. There's still not a lot of dialogue in comparison. So yeah, hopefully that makes sense. It also published FMA. Yeah, that's awesome, Chad. I think I was talking about it with our Muffin Man the other day. We were looking at what Square Enix published, and we were like mind boggled by some of the quality stories it digs out. So I don't know. I wouldn't put, like, even okay. I don't want to switch out of here. Okay. But here's the thing about Dungeon Crawler Carl. If we take a look here, you can't see this book here. Okay. It's called Thrilling Detective Pulp Tales, Volumes 1 to 3 Omnibus. And this omnibus thing is huge, but it has like 12 complete novellas in it. These are tiny, short stories. Dungeon Crawler Carl, yes, there's many of them, but there's 446 pages in this book. That's a big book for that's a big book. I don't know. Even the size of the lit RPG books it doesn't fit with a pulp genre. So I would not put Dungeon Crawler Carl in there, frankly. But yeah. So hopefully that answers your question, Epic. I personally don't define pulp as by just its content. I define pulp by how it is written. And if you define it just by that content, I think the definition for pulp would become meaningless. I think you need to consider the size I think pulp fiction should be quite short, like light novels, and there should be a distinctive approach to the story where it focuses more on moving you along. And yes, Dungeon Crawler Carl and John Carter do that, but the sense of pacing feels extremely slow and meh, because the level of exposition that just goes on and on is just I don't know how guys are reading lit RPG. I'm going to be frank in terms of the books. I know how they're reading lit RPG on their phones, because lit RPG writers usually put out like 1,000 to 2,000 words per chapter, maybe 3 to 4, depending on the writer. And then they, lit RPGs are more similar to video game storytelling, even in length. Like an RPG would be 80 hours. Yeah, I just think lit RPGs are really long, but they package them in short. A lot of them will package the story in short chapters so that it's more consumable and more accessible. So I can see from that perspective, it has this idea, the sense of having that short, accessible chapters, but overall the whole book is quite long. Pulp Fiction is sleek, quick, and smooth. It's well written in its best form. Leo, it's a well written Twinkie. It's a well written Twinkie. It's a I don't know what's the equivalent to a Twinkie in Argentina, Leo, but it's like a Joe Louis. It's not intended to make you sit and like, how can I say this? You can sit and think about any book, right? Even I would hope that my pulp fiction that I want to write is going to make some people think, right? But it's more intended to get you into the action, get you into the story, get you on the adventure, and it's not necessarily trying to say anything great about life, generally speaking. Obviously, you can extrapolate lots of stuff from anything that you read. Obviously, that's part of literature, right? But the pulp fiction is not intended to be read for high art purposes. It's intended to be written for entertainment only. And you might say, well, isn't dystopian for entertainment, or is near future for entertainment? I think a lot of people try to be smart with dystopian, and he has Handmaid's Tale right there on the board. And that's what I'm talking about. People use certain genres to make a statement about something. Most people don't use pulp fiction to make a statement about something. That's why people shit on it. It's why they shit on Stephen King. What's his face? King. Whatever. Stephen King. I remember in my first sci-fi class that I took at university back in 2001. And in 2001 to 2002, I took a science fiction class, and the professor was shitting on Stephen King as being the lowest form of writing. Now, there are some of you who would probably agree, but how can I say this? It wasn't because he was being a strict person with a high code of standards for writing. He was shitting on Stephen King because Stephen King is a commercial fiction writer. It was literally gatekeeping at its finest. Shortly after the Cretaceous period, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're feeling it, eh? You're feeling the midlife crisis approaching, eh? So anyway, let's keep going. I'm not sure if I like him putting Dungeon Crawler Carl into a pulp category. I'm not sure if I might get that to me. Your teacher was being pretentious about it? Yeah. I'm not a Stephen King fan, by the way. I'm not like advocating and saying he's the best writer out there, but I felt like the way my professor was talking about it, it was because he was pushing him into this category of commercial fiction and just saying it was useless. And I didn't see the need for that, because I think that entertainment is useful and not everything has to be making a statement. Although, of course, Stephen King later, well, we won't get into it, but let's keep going.
Just depends on the quality of the artist. But before we get any further into the video, a quick word from today's sponsor, today's video. And now back to the video. Now, I'm well aware I talk about Dungeon Crawler Carl a good amount on this channel, but for this specific example, it's almost too good of an example not to use, because Dungeon Crawler Carl, as I said, is first and foremost presenting as a pulp story. And if you want to purely engage with it on an escapism adventure level, you will have an absolute blast. Yet, if you want to go a bit further and read into what Matt Dinniman is saying here, it's rather overtly deeply political as well. It's actually quite angrily political. It's just taking so much of those themes and world building elements of storytelling that you can relate back to our own world, and at the end of the day, essentially just putting up one of these and saying, you will not break me, which in the world we're living in today can be deeply cathartic to experience, with not also having to engage with it beyond just acknowledging the parallels to our own real world. It's this interesting blend of, yes, actually feeling like it is personal to you as a story, but allowing you to take those feelings and just have a lot of fun with it. DCC is a satire, and it is political. There is tons of anti-capitalist messaging. It's just not demanding you do a lot of work with those very overt themes. In fact, I think one of the greatest successes Dungeon Crawler Carl has as a series with these ideas is acknowledging them, making a man play a game through a cat that is an apocalyptic capitalistic event, and then just showing the greatest act of rebellion he can do is small acts of kindness towards his other players in this game. That in itself is a deliberate choice that keeps Dungeon Crawler in the pulp realm, but I find worth serious discussion. And again, why so many people relate so deeply to this story. And to prove this point is going to be a level that is kind of transcended beyond being a simple level here in this list, and is also a subgenre, which I try avoiding putting on here in general, because I could just say horror is a level, but I don't think that applies. It does in this case though. But it's also a trend, as well as a general idea that takes up a gargantuan swath of sci-fi stories in terms of aesthetics. The only reason I include it as its own level, though, is despite this being the broadest net, arguably, of science fiction, there are through lines. And that's going to be the dystopian genre, ... in smaller letters, often YA. But not always. There's just a huge contingent here that is. From Scythe to Hunger Games. But don't let that make you think of all of dystopia being in that hero's journey through line. And instead, we have loads of political commentary, or even things with the aesthetics of near future we're about to get into. This ranges from 1984 to Parable of the Sower and Handmaid's Tale. Well, what actually links all of those stories to even the likes of said Hunger of Game? That's going to be themes or conversations around system buildings, power holders, and control of society. You could technically, if you want to be an asshole, water down dystopia to be as broad a net as even encapsulating technically things like Sun Eater. I would just say, in every other sense out of kind of sure, I guess maybe you're right a little, you're wrong, because that's not the focus of the narrative. And this seems to be such a popular genre, such a popular almost whole independent leg of science fiction, that it would just feel like I'm missing a part of the conversation if I didn't say that there is a whole level to this, a section of the reader base that seems to be just the most interested with the ideas not only of our own world being corrupted and having something terribly go wrong to take us in a direction, but they specifically want those ideas dissected through a soft sci-fi lens. But we'll be getting into soft versus hard sci-fi in a minute. But they are also drawn specifically to these themes. Maybe that's some kind of, I don't know, smarter person than me observation there about how a lot of us aren't exactly as educated in the political sense as we should be, and a lot of political ideas are discussed here, and maybe the rise of cyberpunk, which is a dystopian subgenre recently, which focuses even more on corporate politics and influence over our lives is rising in popularity because we need to learn more about that. And so we're thirsty and it's quenching. Maybe. But I wanted to talk about this at level 2 though, because pretty much every high quality sci-fi story from here onwards is going to have a political or ideological or thematic bend to be thought through and dissected using the lens of sci-fi. Sure, in John Carter of Mars, you can squint real hard and try and poke apart the politics, but in really Princess of Mars, escapism, hot, Martian war. What I'm trying to say is I couldn't do a 3.5-hour video on the story, lore, and complexities of Flash Gordon like I did Mistborn. Although I'd love to see someone try that. Now, it might seem a little bit strange that I am recommending dystopian fiction, despite at the very core of it there being this necessity for an ideological or philosophical bend at only a level 2. But there's a very good reason for that. It is a soft science that is usually at the core of dystopian science fiction. And it's also a field of study that I feel like far more people are likely to have a baseline understanding in than what more hard sci-fi based books are going to be focused on. It's pretty common, especially in today's day and age, to come across people who are at least somewhat politically knowledgeable, willingly or not, because of what's happening in the world. On top of that, there tends to be a focus within the narratives of dystopian science fiction for, instead of trying to come up with solutions or understand at a deeper core a problem within a concept, instead deconstructing parallels to our own world using a general shared understanding of something like the idea of fascism. As a side effect of this, dystopian fiction also does not have to spend as much time within its text with dry explanations of ideas that would not be known to a more mass audience. Combine that with many major successes and vibe shapers for dystopian science fiction being far more likely to be typical heroes' journeys and more accessible to larger audiences as a whole. This results in, despite there being plenty of dystopian stories for you to be able to sink your teeth into to get a more nuanced or in-depth deconstruction of a dense political idea existing, more often than not, this is one of the more relaxed vibes in terms of what it asks of the reader than many of the other broad categories of sci-fi. And so I do believe, talking about the 7 vibes of sci-fi, this is one of the most approachable ones for most people. Also, as our world does churn more and more into what feels like a dystopian world around us, engaging with material like this for more and more people adds a layer of separation and safety to battle inescapable ideas in their daily life, but with a layer of protection provided by the fiction. One of my favorite examples of dystopian science fiction that I think is super accessible to people at almost any reading level, but does have enough subtext and nuance to be engaging for people who want something a little more ideologically interesting, is going to be Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. If you were forced to read this in school, you have negative memories around it because of that. Pick it up again as an adult. Fahrenheit 451 is so much better than many of its peers from the time it was written in, especially on a technical writing level. Ray Bradbury leaps and bounds more engaging with just his word utilization than the likes of Isaac Asimov or Arthur C. Clarke. Yet, the actual sociological ideas that Fahrenheit 451 is commenting on are subtly explained if needed, but then expounded upon with so much more nuance through a really engaging character piece. Now, one of the reasons I say Fahrenheit 451, though, is a rather safe entry point is there's a deliberate narrative decision to have the main character be rather ignorant, especially compared to people who are modernly educated. This allows a lot to be done with simple concepts, making it just a good testing waters to see if that fits your vibe. The end result is a dystopian story that's as much about psychology and culture as it is about political philosophy. If that doesn't quite tickle your toes, though, and you want to get into something that's a little bit more challenging, I recommend Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower. Far more politically focused and dense in a retrospective way, while dissecting humanity's destiny through essentially system collapse. And I don't mean that in the computer way. But if you don't want to see the power as ideology of Fahrenheit 451, and maybe you're tired of hearing about power through system like you get in Parable of the Sower, if you truly want to be challenged, then I recommend you pick up Perdido Street Station, the book that established or solidified the new weird genre and views power, control through lenses of ecology, truly zooming out to that highest level and then extending the metaphor into the cast of characters with a dedication to crafting a narrative that makes you, the reader, who thinks, oh, I'm so secure in my political beliefs and ideology, get pushed. China Melville really wanted to get in your face and go, hey, you feeling good? You feeling weird yet? You feeling it?
Art thou feeling it now, Mr. Crab?
But if you are hearing of the dystopian general idea political vibes and you think, that's fine, but I want something to be a bit more precise and tactile to me in my day-to-day, then may I invite you to our next level, level 3.
Oh my lord. Oh, I just wanted to let him get through his little political bias there. Okay. 1984. It's on the board. He doesn't mention it. I saw Wooly in chat say Starship Troopers. Did anyone else get the vibe from him that he was low-key implying that people who are not agreeing with his particular political viewpoint are stupid? Anyway, ignoring the subtext of his 5-minute pretentious assholery here, I do think that there have been historically some books like 1984 who have looked into the dark side of the far left or communist issues. Wooly said Starship Troopers. He voted for Camelot. Oh, yeah, no kidding. Starship Troopers, the moon is a harsh mistress. Okay, I'm going to put that in my list, Wooly. Thank you. The moon is a harsh mistress. Starship. I definitely remember Wooly saying Starship Troopers once at one point. Is this a recruitment video? I disagree. Asimov and Clarke are good writers. I think they're good writers. He stops talking about politics soon? You don't say, simp. People are entitled to their opinions. But yeah, he rubbed me the wrong way. And I also am not okay, party, you know me the most, and maybe Emmy if she's still here. Have I ever talked to you about a dystopian that I really liked? I'm trying to think about it. Yeah, maybe he needs to be politically challenged. You're not a fan of dystopian? Yeah. I think as a reader, as like, okay, so Chieko has some spare time. She wants to like read something. She wants to go away to another world. She is not picking up a dystopian novel. I actually think dystopian novels in general are meh to me. I think the closest that I read to a dystopian novel under my own cognizance was World War Z or World War Z, depending on which country you're from. That's like a zombie sci-fi flick. Pride and Prejudice and Zombies. That was another one. It's sort of dystopian. Yeah, I will say this. I could see myself writing a dystopian. How about that? I could see myself writing something with a dystopian edge. So I wrote a book that I will not name. It is somewhere online, but you'd have to go into the dark depths of the internet to find it. And in that one, that was a vampire dystopian science fantasy anime. And yeah, it was very similar to like maybe like a Trinity Blood-ish. While it's not a book, Cyberpunk 2077 is a horrifyingly dystopian if you pay attention, but the writers have the knowledge and skill to say a lot more than capitalism is bad. What about apocalypses? Yeah, so Epic, the dystopian that I wrote was post-apocalypse, essentially. It was post-apocalyptic fiction where science had torn apart the world. So the spirit world was seeping in through the cracks, and it was set in Japan. And the people were being preyed on by demons, and some were possessed and became like super evil. And there are like people who become vampires. And then basically it's about closing. My plan, if I had finished the trilogy, my plan was to essentially kill off the two main characters at the end as they seal all of the cracks, essentially. But it would consume the main male and female character together, kind of like the Star Wars Rogue One. I hate reading that kind of stuff, but writing it, I do like writing it. It's kind of crazy. Foxy can't access it. I like World War Z. The book is interestingly formatted. Not a great fan of zombies, but that one was well done. Yeah, didn't we talk about it, Emmy? I think we did. Octavia Taylor Butler. Yeah. Royal, do you know that one? Epic said, look, this category 2 explanation was kind of brain dead. Nothing he said in that category went beyond a definition of dystopian. He stuck with corporations and economies. What about apocalypses? So I agree with Epic. I think he is so hung up on talking about his politics, capital H, capital P, that he unfortunately couldn't move beyond that to more interesting dystopians, unfortunately. Do you like happy endings because you're black-pilled, or has this always been the case? I have always loved happy endings. I think my life from an early age, I was forced to move a lot. I'm not blaming my parents here. Like, I'm not angry at my parents, okay? I just need to clarify this. But I think I was more sensitive than people realized. And moving all the time isolated me, and then other things isolated me more and more. And other things were going on, obviously. Things happened, obviously. And it kind of messed me up. So I didn't want to go away to a bad place. I wanted to go away to a good place. And I think that's why I have always wanted to escape to a happy place. I don't want to escape to a bad place. But as a writer, one of the ways that I processed my anger and disappointment and sadness as a child, as a teen, as an adult, was to write very dark and disturbing things. So although I don't read that stuff, I don't need to read it because I write it, if that makes sense. So it's a type of therapy in a way, but over time I became more interested Oh yeah, this character fucked. Mahaha. Yeah. She does sci-fi pulp novels, but they're all super insightful and borderline predictive. Yeah, I mean, if you want to read something that's going to make political statements in your literature, you can go ahead and enjoy that. I'm not into it. I don't want someone to be telling me how to live my life through a book. And I don't want someone harping on about society being terrible either. I'm okay with subtle messaging through science fantasy, through myths and archetypes. I like that kind of stuff. I don't like heavy-handed stuff. And for some people, it might not be heavy-handed because their reading abilities are scuffed. But to me, I'm very sensitive, and I don't want somebody banging their personal drum all the time. I want to go to, like, I don't know how to say this. I want to go to a place where no one tells me what to do. I want to go to a place where no one's going to tell me what's going to happen if I don't vote the way that they want me to. Like if I don't vote the way they want me to, this is going to be the world that you're living in, and it's your fault. You're going to get us there. I don't need you to tell me about how bad things are going to get, because I already feel like my life got effed up because of certain situations that are like, if I'm going to sit down and write a dystopian, right? If I'm going to sit down and write a dystopian, it would probably make a lot of left-wing people feel very uncomfortable, because if I'm going to start using my book writing skills to harp on about academic silencing and oppression and stuff like that, like, I could write a book about that. I could absolutely write a dystopian novel about that. But is that really what I want to engage with? Is that what I really want to force people to experience? I don't want that. I want to escape. I just want to go away for a time, have fun, come back, and then deal with my own shit. I don't want to hear someone in my ear going, and to be clear, like, I actually stopped reading Christian fiction as well, because once again, this is not just about left-wing stuff. I don't like to read any form of heavy-handed messaging. I don't want it in my entertainment. Now, you might like it in your entertainment. Go with God, have fun, enjoy. Enjoyment is subjective, right? I can't say to you that you can't enjoy that. I'm sharing with you how I interact with my entertainment. I don't want to see it in my entertainment. I would prefer that my entertainment focus on archetypes and meaning, and sometimes that's progressive and sometimes that's conservative. But I don't need a dystopian warning label book telling me what to think about life, or what to think about the future, or what to think about this author who is trying to tell me low-key through people what to think about life. I prefer to keep it subtle, hopefully subtle, and I hope that, like, I don't see the cracks. Now, obviously, all writing is going to show an author's personal beliefs and convictions, and sometimes even politics. It's just that I'm not... Dystopian is where the gloves come off. You know what I mean? And if you don't do dystopian well, that glove is way off, and it becomes no longer, it becomes no longer, it doesn't have the entertainment value that I want. I hope that makes sense. But my drum is the most important. Shutting your ears to it is violence. My fault for engaging in democracy and choosing the wrong villain to put into power. Yeah, it gets boring. Near future stuff can be interesting. I don't enjoy the preachiness of many high art dystopians. Yeah, Emmy. My confessor does that for free. And people who like the messaging down their throat is only when they agree with it. It's so annoying. See, this is where I'm saying, Leo, okay? Imagine, if you will, that 3/4 of what came out of the publishing industry was all determined by Christians and evaluated through that lens. Do you think people would be going, oh yeah, I love this dystopian world? Let's read Left Behind series? Who here read the Left Behind series? Maybe Shay, probably Emmy, and myself. Who else? Everyone's probably going to be like, what Left Behind series? Yeah, no, I'm not interested in dystopian. I think I read it. I read 1984. I read Animal Farm. I think I read a couple others because it's like required reading, but it's not something I would engage with, especially if it's like Daniel Greene's recommendations that are heavily politicized to his side of the spectrum. Like, why would I want to support that, engage that, right? I played the Left Behind DLC for The Last of Us. Does that count? But yeah, I think for me, like, just dystopian is something that I enjoy writing, but I like to write post-apocalyptic dystopian stuff, if that makes sense. I like to write mythical dystopian type of stuff. I personally think that sitting down to engage with dystopian in a high art sense can lead to preachiness, and I'm not a super fan. Not to push things off topic, but dystopians feel inherently political just based off of their nature. Warhammer tries very hard to avoid it with ridiculous scenarios. You are correct, Royal. I would say 3/4 of dystopians these days are heavily political. But as Epic pointed out, you could do a dystopian that's set in a post-apocalyptic era where, let's say, a bunch of mages fucked up the world because of some magic, and now the world is in a dystopian state. You could write a dystopian set in a fantasy setting, and the reasons for why this dystopian state happened was due to magical failure or incompetence. And that incompetence could have like an external political system, ramifications behind it. But I think a lot of people end up using the dystopian genre like a club to make a point about something. And the best writers are very subtle. I would say Handmaid's Tale is a case in point where that's really good writing. I personally dislike Margaret Atwood, but I studied Handmaid's Tale, of course, because she's Canadian. Handmaid's Tale is well written, and it's a dystopian. But once again, as you get older, you see the cracks. You see the intention behind it. And to me, as soon as I start feeling the intention breathing down my neck the whole time, especially if it's something I don't agree with, I don't want to be there. And I don't think you would want to be there either, right? Who wants to be forced for entertainment to read something that they don't 100% agree with? Now you might say, well, Chieko, you should challenge yourself and you should yada, yada, yada. That's not entertainment. That's challenging yourself. That's sitting down to read to improve yourself, right? And I think we should all do that. But I think if we're talking about sitting down to have fun, no one in this chat sits down for fun. Well, I shouldn't say no one. I bet there's some people in chat who do this. But most of us in chat aren't sitting down and saying, I want to be browbeaten by a specific genre writer. I just don't think that's... I'm sure that there might be some people. But, yeah. Fahrenheit 451 is good, but something tells me that Daniel and people like him put their own spin to it and miss what Bradbury was trying to say. Leo, that is possible. That is possible. And I will give it to Daniel Greene. He put Handmaid's Tale right next to 1984. So I just think, like, Daniel Greene's response to dystopian is one of the reasons why dystopian has become so narrow in its focus, unfortunately. The really good dystopians do require the author to believe in it to a degree. That being said, set up a right promise and your right-wing story would work. Well, 1984 works, right? And 1984 isn't right-wing, it's just anti-communist, from what I remember. So, Handmaid's Tale is trying to be a classic, yeah. This magical post-apocalypse exists, and no one will touch it with a 10-foot pole, as it deals with ecology, slavery, and eugenics with all the subtlety of a zealot on a pulpit. Interesting. It's called Dark Sun, a D&D setting. There you go. See? Dark Sun. It's crazy that Handmaid's Tale series dumbed it down even more. Step on me, writer. Oryx and Drake by Atwood is far better and is my recommendation over Handmaid's Tale if you aren't into feminism. Okay. Handmaid's Tale was boring. It was boring. I hated it. But I read it and I studied it. I don't need my entertainment telling me how bad of a person I am. I already know it. Yeah. So here's my suggestion, right? If anyone here in chat loves dystopian and they love a little bit of political messaging in their stuff, I'm not saying you can't enjoy it. But for me, I like writing dark societies for sure. I don't like how obvious it can get. That's, I think, my biggest beef. So I find that for me, a lot of dystopians also are just depressing AF. Like a good dystopian, nobody's coming out of it feeling great, really. Like, the main characters are going to be fucked up beyond all reason, right? It's going to be FUBAR. I just, like, at the end of the day, I don't want to be depressed. So I usually, like, I'm more likely to read, in terms of sci-fi, I'm more likely to read a space opera, science fantasy, pulp, near future. But I'm not going to be reading a dystopian. I'm going to be honest with you, chat. It's just not my thing. And I think part of it is because people use it as a soapbox for their personal opinions and beliefs. And they have that right. I'm not saying we should take away that right for people and that they can't have that right. But I have the right to not, engage with that material. I don't need to... I don't know. I don't need to depress myself further. Life is already difficult. I think, but I do know that there are some people, actually, now that I recall this, there are some people in the Discord. I think Leo is one who loves depressing himself. I think Simp likes depressing himself. So I think I recall some people in our Discord enjoying depressing themselves. So maybe you people like depressing yourself. I'm not. I'm very anti-depressing myself. But that's because I think, like I said, I'm depressive by nature. If I want depression, I go to internet drama. Yeah. There you go, Foxy. Yeah. I have not read Oryx and Crake, Royal, and I'm going to be honest. I didn't read it because I didn't like Handmaid's Tale, but I can try out Oryx and Crake and come back with my feedback on that. Thanks for reminding me about that. I should try to read a little bit of Canadian literature too. It's just I didn't like Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale. I thought it was dull, but I do enjoy really dark stuff. But an uplifting story is fine if it's well made. Yeah. I know that there's some people in our Discord who likes a good, dark, tragic story. I'm not into it. Are all dystopians ending tragically? No, I don't think so. But A lot of them do. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'm just not a super fan of dystopian. Dark Sun sounds a little interesting though. Ecology, slavery, and eugenics. Berserk sounds like the type of dystopia you're trying to make. Berserk. Royal, I haven't really read Berserk. Can you, like, in a nutshell, kind of like explain what kind of dystopia it is? Even dystopians that don't end tragically have tragic elements lingering about, yeah. I can be on board with a fucked up ending for a game if it's done well. Not quite reading, but similar. Yeah. Look, Ben, I think people have different mileage, and I'm just like really sensitive to sad endings. Like, and I think another issue is that when I'm reading, my emotions kind of wake up when I read. My emotions are kind of silent in my daily life, but when I read, I can sense my emotion. And so when I sense it and it gets sadder and sadder, I carry it with me. It lingers. I'm unable to handle it very well. Like, I don't think I have high emotional intelligence. So my problem is that on a daily minute-to-minute basis, I know I'm emoting. I know I'm feeling emotions, but I can't always recognize what those emotions are. That's why I can sometimes like debate people online and not understand how intense I am until someone tells me that I'm being intense. I can't tell always them or me what's going on. And only later will I look back and I'll be like, wow, that escalated fast, right? Then I'll be like, oh, in hindsight, rereading what I wrote, I was kind of crazy. So I think sometimes it's hard for me to understand always what I'm feeling. But when I'm reading a book, for some reason, I can like unlatch that box a bit. And if I unlatch that box and let out sadness, then I'll feel depression for a long time after that. Like, I don't know how to process things properly, and I will carry it with me for longer than a person should, I suppose. So it's also my bad, right? Like, it's my skill issue. I do tend to read happy ending books, said Emmy. I'm good with loss along the way. Life is serious and has always been for me, so I need my reading to be escapist. I can acknowledge when a book is well written, Oliver Twist, and still not enjoy it. Yeah. For me, Emmy, I love me some good hurt comfort, but there gotta be comfort at the end. Execution. No wonder you're black-pilled. Guys get raised in a mercenary band that later turns on him, turning into a demonic god, cursing him for the rest of his life. The world is cursed by demons constantly as the MC struggles to find meaning. Yes. Yeah. Books can definitely make me cry, I'll be honest. Oh my gosh, there's some books that make me cry too. Epic, yeah. Absolutely. That sounds kind of I'll think about how you described Berserk. I think I'll think about how you described it, Royal. My current sci-fi series that I want to write, Royal, is science fantasy. So it's going to be maybe like Berserk. Hard to say. All I know is like I want to write a pulp science fantasy space opera. That's what I want to write. Will I do it? I don't know. But I want to try. And I like chat to keep me accountable. But yeah. Berserk opening chapter starts with Guts, the MC, banging a succubus. Well, I'm not going to start my book with a sex scene, so you can take that right off the table. But D&D's dark setting, dark sun setting. Mages cause an apocalypse that causes the sun to go out. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I like that. That's cool. That sounds cool. I think Dark Sun sounds cool. Mad Max and magic. Dark Sun artwork. Okay, let me... Wait 1 second, everybody. Google. Okay. Wow, that's cool. Are there like books for this, or is this like a D&D campaign that you would play? Oh, good heavens. Yep. That's a sex scene in a manga. Good night, Emmy. I read them as a teen, so I don't know if they were any good. There are novels? Oh. Interesting. Okay. Well, that can go on the list. A spicy scene at the beginning might hook Gooners. Maybe for another book, but not I'm how can I say this? Me writing sex scenes gets iffy. That's all I'm going to say. The first chapter isn't representative of the whole series. Yeah. I already planned what Fuel Station 9 will start with. It's not a sex scene, and it will not be a sex scene. Will there be, like, prostitutes and stuff in it? Yeah. But I'm not going to have, like, overt sex scenes in it. Yeah. Interesting. So Dark Sun is essentially like magic in space, and it's very dark. Very cool. All right. Yeah, I'm not a super fan of dystopian generally, how it's used. I think I would be more I don't know. I'd be more open to something like Dark Sun, I guess. Yeah. Okay. D&D meets Mad Max and Thunderdome. Right. Interesting. I'll check it out, everybody. Thank you for recommending stuff to me. I want to practice writing, but at the same point in time, I also want to check out various approaches just to firm up my gut feeling about how I want to write this and other things. But anyway, let's go to near future. Let's get this.
We are now heads under the water, holding our breath and focusing real hard as we descend into the depths. And that's because near future is going to almost always require a higher level of engagement for you to fully appreciate and understand the story that's happening. The why of sci-fi is pretty much unavoidable here. To me, the slogan of near future sci-fi and its appeal and what it's asking from you, the reader, if dystopian sci-fi is saying this could be us, near future is saying this could be you. Just add one thing, or a couple, or a few things. And it also has a slight shift from the dystopian level where spectacle takes a backseat to emotion. That's why in the likes of Project Hail Mary and The Martian, you are seeing such a character-focused story with some pretty intense sci-fi elements at the forefront. We've all heard of the technologies that are put forward in those stories. They're things that are theoretically about to be worked on or actively being worked on. It's like our tomorrow, but you just get to experience it now. This can be a bit stranger with the likes of Jurassic Park, or more emotionally charged, like with Rainbow's End. And there also tends to be more of a focus within near future fantasy on one thing.
Wait, is Jurassic Park a book? Chat, isn't Jurassic Park a movie? Wait a minute. Oh, it is by Michael Crichton. Oh, who knew? Okay. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. Cool. I did not know that. Awesome.
Change, one additive to our society to make you go, A wonderful example of this actually in the animated medium would be Pantheon, which is take the current conversation happening about AI, rip it out and replace it with UI, uploaded intelligence. Aside from that, the world put forward there is almost one-to-one to ours. It's a near future example, and it uses that to feel like the most grounded story possible. This can be softer science fiction as well. For those of you who don't know, hard sci-fi means like all real, all possible. Every step of it's gotta make sense according to what we know about the universe. Whereas near future, you can throw in a virus or something that is completely impossible, but the way you handle it still makes it a near future sci-fi story. Boiling it down kind of even to a dumber level, if the tech was something that you're like, gee, I thought we'd have that when we were kids, often near future. To be perfectly clear, this was the quote vibe I was the least sure on how to communicate, but I know it's absolutely a distinct one of science fiction that you kind of know it when you see it. And to me, the best way I can put that is all of the reactions to whatever the thing is, either on a personal or larger scale, need to feel like they are shaped and molded by the current conditions, or at least the conditions the story was written in. It's about how we now, or 5 minutes from now, would react to this variable, rather than a speculative world and other government, not even an evolved form of our current situation, and how it would handle it. So there's plenty of recommendations here you're probably familiar with, like Contact, Arrival. First contact stories are huge here because we like to imagine they're about to happen. But my recommendation for this is actually going to be a collection of short stories, because I wanted to include one of those because short story collections actually have a tremendous history within sci-fi that's worth a video of its own. But this is actually what that show Pantheon I mentioned is based off of, and it's The Hidden Girl and Other Stories by Ken Liu. This dives in deep to evolving technologies, but not the one that's dominating the conversation right now to the extent where it's becoming annoying AI, and
I like his sweater now. I like the sweater he's doing now. This maroon sweater with that, I love that lapel that goes around his neck going down. That to me is like kind of sexy. I love that outfit. I love me. If a man wears this kind of cardigan, anyway, just want to say that. Also, would Ghost in the Shell count as near future, or do you think it's firmly dystopian? Wooly says Crichton wrote a bunch of stuff, very male-brained cardboard characters that serve the story and the point of his plot. Yeah, for some reason, Wooly, I just saw a lot of Crichton in like the thriller section of the the secondhand bookstores. Maybe he does sci-fi as well. I did not know. Cyberpunk and Ghost in the Shell are both near futures. Okay. Ghost in the Shell is firmly a cyberpunk dystopian. Okay. Is it near? See, okay. I'm my brain is melting. My brain is melting. We have already ascertained that the 7 vibes of sci-fi can have overlap, right? So would therefore be Ghost in the Shell be near future or mid future dystopian sci-fi cyberpunk, right? Because cyberpunk is not dystopian. It can be dystopian, but it doesn't have to be. See, this is where the cat this I'm sorry. My Strimmer. Okay, look here. I think a book can be dystopian or not dystopian. And this is generally a kind of a mood or, let's say, point. And then it could be, for example, cyberpunk or not cyberpunk, which would be more related to flavor. It could be soft or hard, which is more related to the knowledge required of a reader or writer, right? Because it's let's say technical level. And then it could also be pulpy or, let's say, traditional, which, for example, would be the reading, the writing approach. Does this make sense? Daniel Greene is dreamy? No. Let's not get it twisted here. I mean, he's a good-looking lad. He is good looking. Like, I gotta give him props. He got some good gene pool there, but his cardigan is where the action is at. I love that color. I have a cardigan that color. Look at the leather elbow patches on that thing. Look at that lapel that goes around his neck. I'm a sucker for that. But like, am I insane here? But like, we can't separate. Books can't be separated just into. He did say in his defense that there's overlap, but the overlap is so massive that having these levels and having the categories organized this way means nothing. It's actually making it worse. Okay. Oh, and another thing. Space opera. Space opera is called the breadth. So let's say space opera versus series versus standalone. This is the breadth of a sci-fi. Like, a book could be a dystopian. It could be a soft dystopian cyberpunk pulp book written within a space opera series. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, a book could be a book must be actually all of these factors. Herman, I've never understood the term space opera. There is no singing at all. I will have more to say when I gather my thoughts on this one. That's fair, Epic. Are you also, like, heavy breathing over there? Is anyone else heavy breathing with me? The more we learn about biology, the less achievable cybernetics become, so I don't think they are near future. Oh, good point. Okay, Willie's bringing up near future, mid-future, far future. This is relativity to current day. Do you see how I'm saying? So you could have a near future dystopian, non-cyberpunk. So what would be what is the opposite of cyberpunk? What is the opposite of cyberpunk? I'll leave that blank for now. Pulp, standalone, soft, sci-fi novel. Are you really going to read Berserk? I don't know if did I put Berserk on my list? Oh, yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. I might read the summary and then like one of the first novels. It's a manga, right, Simp? I'll just say wiki. Utopic. Ooh, I love it. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Utopic. Let's put that down. I appreciate. This would be utopic as well. Let's say cyberpunk is like opposite aesthetic. Let's say aesthetic. Opposite of biocompliance. Yeah. Punk. Yeah. So let's say aesthetic. All right. Cyber aesthetic. So what I mean by that is it's the opposite of broken down, right? It's the opposite of, it's like high aesthetic, if that makes sense. So you notice that these are not genres. I'm not describing these categories as genres. I'm describing them as, excuse me, apologies everybody. I'm describing them as factors that build into, let's say here, a near future dystopian aesthetic pulp standalone soft sci-fi novel. So for example, Star Wars would be a I don't think Star Wars really touches on dystopian versus utopian per se. I don't think it really, I guess the Empire is dystopic. It's just that the way that the books and the way that the, yeah. Guin Saga. Berserk is based on Guin Saga. Okay. I'll check it out. I'm not going to promise to read it, but I'm going to check it out. Thank you. So Star Wars, for example, could be, let's say, dystopian flavored, cyber aesthetic. Although it can be sometimes cyberpunk-ish. Cyberpunk, though, is also the art, like the artwork. The artwork. But I personally think that Star Wars leans more towards the aesthetic, even though, like, Tatooine, for example, is grungy. It's soft, right? Most of the books tend to be more pulpy. It's a space opera set in the far future. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying is these are not genres. People talk about them like they are genres, but when we are analyzing a book, these are what we would call elements, if that makes sense. The elements of a book. These elements together will define the specific book. So this is what Star Wars would be, for example. So I personally don't think that Daniel's approach here is smart, because if you take a look here, this is you can't separate a book like this and just stick it in one category. He himself admitted that books cross his categories. So in my opinion, his vibes are incomplete. Because if you're going to have a category about dystopian novels, then you should probably have a category for utopian novels. And he doesn't have a category for soft because it's too wide, but he has one for hard. So this is where I'm saying I think the way he's talking about these categories is off, and the way he's parceling the categories out is increasingly driving me crazy. But we will continue. We will survive. Be it biopunk, steampunk, dieselpunk, the whole meta glasses thing is super close to cyberpunk. We just need to make a screen that can operate like contact lenses. Good artificial limbs and brain-operated computer software already exist. Star Wars as a setting has dystopian stories within it. That's true. Things like Star Wars, D&D settings, Warhammer, they are more of a world setting than a genre. For example, there are zombie Star Wars books. True. Is Star Wars really dystopian, though? A lot of the conflict happens in the Outer Rim, and the core worlds aren't really represented in a lot of media. So if I'm going off of MC, like the Star Wars Expanded Universe, you do have some books that touch on the dystopian nature. Let's say of the Corellian system. The Corellian system is a dystopian story about Han Solo's relative. What was his name? Was it Thraken? Sal Solo? Oh, who was Han Solo's distant relative in the Corellian trilogy? The books, if we keep it to the books, I think there is a case to be made that there is mild dystopian, but that's why I said dystopian flavored, because Jonathan, I don't think that the point of Star Wars is to make a point about society or to make a point about the human condition or to explore broken political or economical or other types of like magical systems, right? I don't think it's completely like there is an aesthetic value to Star Wars and there is a utopic sense toward it in the sense that it's hopeful. It's way more hopeful than your average dystopian. So my thought about Daniel is that he comes off as sort of like a duck of the ecosystem where he stays on the surface of the water and occasionally dives in, but all of his expertise is surface level. I think here's my take on it, all right? I hate to say this, but a lot of people were asking me, why did it take you so long to review Dawn Trail? And part of it is because life. Right? Part of it is because I was like traveling. I had other things I needed to do, bandwidth, so on and so forth. The reason why, though, that sometimes I would struggle to sit down and really grapple with it is because it requires thought. It requires rereading. It requires, in the case of Dawn Trail, replaying. And so this is where I'm saying you cannot experience a story one time and then walk away and do analysis of it. Okay? That is not how literature works. Okay? If you think that you can read a book and then come away and just be like, oh, it's good or bad, that's your personal review. That is not analysis. That is not critique. And that is not even thinking about the systems of thought that you required in order to adequately analyze it. In order to truly analyze something, you got to live in it. You got to stew. You got to marinate. You have to meditate. You have to close read. You have to just think and think and think and think and reread it and reread it. This is why when I was studying literature in uni, I never got digital books. I read them physically so that I could annotate. You have to actively read. This idea that I can read a book one time and then just slap a label on it is the laziest scholarship in the world. And I blame universities for it because universities are allowing this to happen. Universities are letting students think that they know what they're doing and think that they know what they are studying when they don't know anything at all. And I'm not saying this as someone who knows everything. I make mistakes too. But what I'm suggesting is if he sat down and actually contended with this topic, he would recognize that how he's talking about it is not logical and organized. And if you're going to come out and tell us about this stuff and you don't do the footwork that you need, this is just going to be you blabbing. You're not much better than the book talk girls, honestly. I feel like the reason why we all disliked his level 2 is because Cyberpunk 2077 and Ghost in the Shell, Altered Carbon dominate the modern zeitgeist, but Cyberpunk itself isn't about a dystopia. Yeah, Cyberpunk itself is a near future genre, but the dystopian aspect of it is moral. Cyberpunk is a dystopia of morals that fuels the stories, but are not the stories themselves. The moral dystopia aspect is what caught Daniel up. So he engaged the entire genre as if it was reliant on preaching a moral. Yes. So here's the issue. I think he's making a categorical error here with Cyberpunk, for example, and it's showing up in his near, like you said, it's showing up in his near future category. His categories are off. And even the way he talks about his categories is off. Now, of course, you can say that cyberpunk, let's say as a genre, not to be confused with how I'm using it here, right? I'm using it here as a flavor, right? I'm not suggesting that as a genre, cyberpunk is just near future or just dystopian. It can be a bit of both. And he himself already stated that there's overlap. I just wish he had talked about things in a new way or like in a more specific way. Oh my gosh, chat, do you see this here? Oh my goodness. Look. Foxy said, I'm not good at book analysis. Always a weak part for me. I usually go by vibes if it's good or not, even if critically could be bad. Here's the thing, Foxy. The entertainment value you get from something, okay? Even if it's the most shitty book on the planet, like a certain book I shall not name, okay? And you have fun with it, that's fine. Don't feel bad. Own it. Go for it. Have fun. Don't let anyone shame you. But if you come into Chieko's Discord and mention certain things and are critical of other people talking about certain things, when you yourself are trying to, let's say, provide objective reviews about certain books, but you somehow have a blind spot about this one book, I'm going to call you out, right? Because I think some people pick and choose what they want to admit to liking. And they latch onto a book that they enjoy. For example, for me, it would be certain trashy novels. Let's leave it at that, shall we? But you ask me, where am I rating it in terms of literary value, in terms of objective standards? That's a completely different rubric. That's for a completely different hat, right? I am not expecting anybody in this chat to be interested in what I sometimes get interested in. I don't need chat to feel attacked if they enjoy something. Have fun. But don't confuse it with a literary analysis, right? And this here is an attempt to broadly, I would say this is like a tier 1 literary analysis, but his categories and his logical organization is really off. Look at this here. He's throwing cosmic horror, new weird, military. Wooly, aren't you into military sci-fi? Apocalyptic. There's the apocalyptic stuff, Epic. It's right. It's right there. First Contact, time travel. He put time travel in... Anyway. S9 is not in the near future, and it's a world based on substance that is 100% finite and on the decline. The end is calculated. I'm just saying, guys, I'm actually having fun with this. I love me a good trash fire. I'm not gonna lie. This is like watching Project Runway or America's Next Top Model, and you know, like the part where the girls realize they have to have a makeover and they start crying. This is like me. This is fun, actually. I'm having fun here. I'm sorry, everyone. We may not watch the other videos tonight because this may just basically take up the rest of the evening. But this is crazy. Of course, you know, he did 7 levels because if he went further than 7 levels, he'd be there all day. And we all know that the YouTube algorithm is not going to... shall we say, bless you if you break up your serious topic into multiple videos. So by this nature, by the nature of what YouTube is and generating content to make money, he is shafted. Okay, he is shafted. He's doing the best he can with the context of wanting to make money and wanting to trigger that algorithm. And how many people are watching this? 117K views. That's not bad for a 44 minute long video. Awesome. Good for him. But my issue is like this is bothering me. This is bothering me. I'm sure the things I watch and read will likely be labeled as something bad by the anti-fun police. Yeah, just do what you want, Foxy. Do what you want as long as you're not hurting other people. Do what you want. But when Chieko puts her literary analysis hat on, I need to make it clear. When I put my literary analysis hat on, you don't simply go into literature high-flying and slapping labels and just saying the thing. This is why literature is no longer being taken seriously, because of this kind of illogic and bullshittery. This is not academic. This is not logical. But if we compare him to the average literature major, he's doing pretty well. But I don't like it. This is where we're at now. I mean, this is the low bar that we're at. We're putting time travel, one of the most First Contact, military, apocalyptic. I understand kind of putting new horror and new weird. I kind of get putting that on the side, because that's like sharing with another major genre, right? Horror is actually quite a huge widespread genre like sci-fi. So I understand having an aside for that, because that's a clear overlap between two massive genres, right? But time travel, getting a tiny little, I'm mind blown. But anyway, yeah. There's a weird time travel movie I watched as a kid that was scary. Did anyone ever watch Fireproof, I think it was called? Let's see. The 2008 Fireproof film? No, never mind. That's the Christian one. Never mind. Erase. I have not seen that. Okay, wait a minute. I'm going to try to find it. It had Jim Caviezel in it. Excuse me. Let's see. What was it called? Frequency. Did anyone watch Frequency? Frequency. What's his sub count? He's got close to 600K. Wait, he didn't mention First Contact in the near future level? So far, no. Epic. First Contact, here, you can look again at the screen. First Contact is in the box. Guy kept going forward and somehow found himself in the future when the moon exploded. It was big or something. Society degraded tribalism. It was scary for me. Interesting. Sunshine. I would put Sunshine in the near future, but mid-future. The radio time travel thing? Yes, Jonathan. Yeah, Frequency was a radio time travel. Loved it. Awesome film. I remember loving it. Jim Caviezel was hot too, though. So, I mean, that always helps. Holy moly. Yeah. The only two stories with time travel I recall due to them doing it right are Legacy of Kain and PGR. Is Dane in chat? He probably is. I'm not going to say anything else, but everyone knows just by me asking about whether Dane is in chat, knows exactly what I'm thinking. Okay, let's keep going. He verbally listed First Contact as an example. Yeah, I think he did mention First Contact, but now it's over here. So I don't know what he's doing on this Bourne. Shut up, man. Shut the fuck up, man. Anyway, yeah. I've read some good time travel stories. My only thing is that some time travel stories are hinky. Probably the time travel story that was fun for me to watch, but left me with a lot of social questions, was Prisoner of Azkaban. Yes, that's right. Harry Potter has time travel. I read it and I was like, okay, this is fun and cool. Then I read this guy. I don't know if any one of you remember, but there was a Sparks Notes bro who would break down books chapter by chapter. And his funniest piece of writing, which was alas lost to the internets of time, was a chapter by chapter, blow by blow, comedic response to Prisoner of Azkaban. Holy moly. I was laughing so hard when he was like, let's give a time turner to a child. It was hilarious. So time travel in J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series is extremely soft and sloppy, in my opinion. But is the movie Prisoner of Azkaban, in my mind, probably the most aesthetically beautiful, and like the cinematography with the clocks and the imagery, was all of that like chef's kiss? Yes. But the time travel world building in J.K. Rowling's world was extremely hand wavy. And I actually also wrote fan fiction that involved time travel, and I wanted to die. By the end of it, I was like, that was rough. So time travel, I think, is very, very difficult to get right. Must have been the 2002 Time Machine. Time travel in Harry Potter is quite strict. It's a closed loop. I'm not talking about that simp. I'm not talking about how the time travel was handled within the narrative. Listen to what I said. The world building around the time travel mechanics was hinky. I didn't say that the narrative closed loop wasn't working in Prisoner of Azkaban. The closed loop in Prisoner of Azkaban works. Writing the closed loop is not the problem. It's why would they give a student a time turner and not use it for other bigger things? That could solve a lot of that story's problems. And in fact, I'll have to double check my data on it before I say anything else. But I remember reading something about the time turners and I rolled my eyes so hard. Okay? They gave Hermione, a student, a time turner. It's just time travel is fucky. And if you don't have proper world building lore for time travel, if there isn't specific reasons why it is or it isn't happening, I think time travel can get really, really fucky. It can get very contrived. Wooly says, in Kane, time travel is an aspect of fate superimposing itself on existence, while in PGR, it's both an aspect of 0 point energy and of traveling the wheel of being fully something. Yeah, once again, if you come to me and say, okay, I'm writing a sci-fi novel and in it time travel is limited to specific races because they have a specific scientific progress, but in order for it to work, there's a limitation because of, let's say, resources of some kind, or because of, let's say, scientific concerns, or because you can't go back, you can only go forward, for example. This will make sense why some people are using it a certain way versus why they aren't using it a certain way. So if you have like believable, non-contrived reasons for why people are using it, and the author takes the time to explain that explicitly, I think time travel is fantastic, and I enjoy a good time travel story. And don't get me wrong, Prisoner of Azkaban is probably my favorite Harry Potter film. I love the time travel loop. I love watching it. But I felt that as a whole, the way she handled the time travel in her books felt contrived. It just did. She could have handled it a bit more organically. Harry Potter is a setting I call a soft magic setting because the magic's only explained or shown enough to be relevant to the plot but doesn't have roots beyond it. Absolutely. Absolutely epic. It's very soft. And the way she handles time travel is also very soft. But I think because I had tried to write time travel and I was myself invested in interesting attempts at time travel, I found her approach to be a bit disappointing. But as you point out, it is soft magic and soft sci-fi. The Time Turner stuff had weird lore, like someone got trapped in the past despite the 5-hour limit and aged until they reappeared as dust. But yeah, give it to the kid for class. The Loki story, Reflections in Time. Yeah, I mean, multiverse is another thing. He doesn't put multiverse on here. Let's see if he mentions multiverse. Okay, let's keep going. But let's see if he also mentions multiverse, because multiverse, I think, is sci-fi as well. So, I don't know. But multiverse, I think, is once again, this one, multiverse versus universe, which is basically the breadth of reality. I think that can apply to multiple genres, like fantasies could have multiverse, for example. Breadth of reality can happen in science fantasy, but yeah. I wonder if he will mention multiverse. He doesn't have it on his board yet, so we'll see.
Instead focuses on UI, another theoretical technology that in the grand scheme of things, we're only a blink away from, possibly. Ken Liu is also just an author I've been preaching here on the channel for a while. Highly recommend his works in general. One of the best minds currently writing in speculative fiction. But okay, we've been sinking in the ocean a little bit. We've passed all the just blank water, and finally we've hit our first coral reef. And it's a strange one, because now at level 4, we're going to be hitting satire. If you've been picking up what I'm putting down, sci-fi up to this point has been used to examine the...
Simp. They did not give Hermione Granger the Time Turner because people were trying to kill Harry. That was not explained in the book at all. That's you proposing possibilities. No. I came away feeling that she wanted to do something. She made something up to make it happen. And then when she started talking more about that thing, it got worse. Once again, simp. That's bad writing. Okay? If Dumbledore had this idea that she was going to use a time turner to protect Harry, then he would have said so at some point if J.K. Rowling was a mature writer. J.K. Rowling is not a mature writer, so she handled time travel poorly. She used it as a gimmick. And she used it long term. The more she tried to explain it, the less great it became. You can sit here and extrapolate all you want. If it's not in the book, that's your headcanon. right? Your headcanon is, oh, well, you know, Dumbledore gave it to her in order to save Harry. If that was the case, the author should have had the payoff for that. If that was the case, the author should have had Dumbledore saying as much at some point. Or they discover that that was Dumbledore's point at some point, perhaps through a letter, or perhaps through a diary, or perhaps through a memory, a stray memory. There's nothing there. That's within Prisoner of Azkaban, Simp. That's not within beyond that. I'm not talking about Prisoner of Azkaban. You don't understand. Prisoner of Azkaban, as it stands, as a complete novel, works with time travel. It does not work within the greater world of the books. Okay? Dumbledore talking about her saving the day is only designed to give payoff for that specific wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Here's my suggestion of what you should do to save Buckbeak and Sirius Black. That's it. This does not work within the greater context of the series, and that is why it's contrived. If it worked within the greater context of the history, if it worked in the greater context of everything else, then it would be fine. But it doesn't. It's just sloppy. In terms of execution throughout the whole lore, throughout the whole book series. Do I love the book? Yes. Do I like the time travel in the book? Yes. Do I like the loop? Yes. Do I think Dumbledore saying wink, wink, nudge, nudge, here's what you should do? Yes-ish. It's fun. But I found it extremely odd that they would be giving the power of time to a student. I thought it was extremely odd that all of this external lore for time turners is not, it's just, it was never, it was a contrivance to make a book cool. And that's fine, but to me, that's why I don't put J.K. Rowling as, she's not a perfect writer. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not enjoyable. I'm not saying that it's not good for what it is trying to do. But I'm saying is there is a weakness there. She was not a mature writer. They gave it to her because she wanted to do more classes than time allowed, and she was trustworthy. Yeah, it was just wild. How about using the time turner outside the house of Harry's family on the night they were killed, since he knew Voldemort would visit one of the two kids? Epic, once again, you can have like these additional rules, right? You could say, well, time turners can't work beyond a certain thing. We put in a stopgap so people don't overuse it or don't use it too much. I just felt that the execution and the use of this contrivance for Prisoner of Azkaban beyond the narrative, it just, I think for me, when I see time travel in a story, I get the tism. It's kind of like how Simp doesn't like certain books because of math being bad. That's just how I get about time travel, I think. Some people like fixate on something that just annoys them. And for me, I'm someone who's always like story first, world building second, right? But in this case, if you use time travel, because it's such a... Time travel is very special. And so therefore, I think that if you use it in a book, you really better know what you're going on about. You better have it sorted. You better have a reason. There better be restrictions. It better make sense. And I felt that there was a contrivance around the use of time travel, and it bothered me. There are tons and tons of people who will read a book with time travel in it, and they'll be like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just saying, for me, it was a contrivance. Maybe you spent too much time in China. No, I had no knowledge that China banned time travel stories. China has had no impact on my interest in time travel. Once again, I love time travel stories. I wrote a time travel story. I know how hard it is to write a time travel story. Time travel is like a gun. If you introduce a gun to your setting, explain why everyone isn't using one. We're in agreement here. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Epic. 100%. You and I. Yeah, you got it. I love time travel. I don't like it when it's just a contrivance. Okay, let's go back to near future. Let's just rewind a little bit.
Instead focuses on UI, another theoretical technology that in the grand scheme of things, we're only a blink away from, possibly. Ken Liu is also just an author I've been preaching here on the channel for a while. Highly recommend his works in general. One of the best minds currently writing in speculative fiction. But okay, we've been sinking in the ocean a little bit. We've passed all the just blank water, and finally we've hit our first coral reef. And it's a strange one, because now at level 4, we're going to be hitting satire. If you've been picking up what I'm...
Okay, so he just finished near future very quickly. So rip near future. Let's keep going, I guess.
Putting down sci-fi up to this point has been used to examine the possible. Possible is bending and flexing a lot there, yet it's still somehow an author proposing an idea that seems within the realm of our universe occurring, and using fiction as a tool to examine it, immerse us in it, or extrapolate. Satire sitting as close to the middle as it can right now, but a tidge cattywampus, which just fits, throwing rocks at this whole list, and specifically us. But this is very important. Do not think satire equals comedy. They are very interwoven, but they are not synonyms. A lot of satires can be shockingly dark. To me, satire just needs to be sharp, cutting, commentary that is often absurd, or the critique within it is twisted in a way. And that's really the beating heart of satire. A twist that, in a sense, maybe not even necessarily ha-ha wise, is making the joke either on us, our attempts to control and understand, and be profound. And in doing so, satire often finds a profundity of its own. If all the levels before this were using ideas to create, satire is using deconstruction for creation, often through a lens of critiquing. As I said, Dungeon Crawler Carl absolutely can be considered down in the coral reef. We also
Who wrote So Long and Thanks for All the Fish? What's it called? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That would be satire, no? Douglas Adams? Yeah. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Is that not satire? It's kind of like the Terry Pratchett of sci-fi. It's parody. That's more comedy. I felt though like there was like some satirical elements to it. Doesn't it feel like he's using AI definitions? I don't know why we have satire as like I honestly don't understand why satire is so big compared to apocalyptic or time travel or First Contact. He only mentioned, by the way, Epic, he only mentioned First Contact offhand. He did not give an example of a First Contact book in the near future section. I wonder if he'll conflate satire with parody. I don't know. I think so he can just mention DCC again. Maybe it's just something he's enjoying right now. Holy moly, though. I just feel like, why should we talk about anyway? How many, okay, chat. Let's be honest here, all right? How many of us have read a satirical sci-fi? Daniel Greene likes Terry Pratchett. I mean, I like Terry Pratchett too. Oh. No. It's because it's a weapon, Ben. It's a weapon of mass destruction. If you get your pool cue, your country will be destroyed. Satire mocks the populace. Parody mocks the franchise or genre. Warhammer 40k, if I'm being cheeky. I've read Hitchhiker's Guide. Did you like Hitchhiker's Guide, Simp? Poor Ben, stymied by customs. To be more politics, yeah, this guy loves to talk about his politics. But I'm going to be honest, I think satire... Okay, but if I'm looking at chat here, has anyone here really read a satire? I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've read a satire recently. I think sometimes, like Terry Pratchett and Douglas Adams had a sense of sometimes they did feel like they were touching on something that was socially conscious. Like, on occasion, they would touch on things like, I think Terry Pratchett, for example, had a book that was focused on Hogfather, and death being Hogfather. And then there was this one where it's about like a female who has to like pass as male to, or like gets an ability that males are only supposed to have. Like, obviously there's a dissection happening there, but I assume that it still is parody and comedic. Satire is just so rare. Like, this is another one that I would put in the little weird box, and I would swap it out with like military or new weird. Hot Fuzz, but not red. Okay, well, let's keep going. Let's see if he gives examples.
Also have the likes of Red Shirts, which is a series by John Scalzi that is criticizing how in shows like Star Trek, there are these people who just wear red shirts, and if you see someone like that on a mission and a character needs to die, the writer is going to choose that guy who likely has one name and not a second name, and he's just a day higher. Things can get far weirder than that with the likes of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which bends the ideas of sci-fi so absurd that they almost become fantastical and take the dry bureaucracy that would have to exist even in that greatest stretch of the imagining of what an intergalactic civilization could be, and uses that juxtaposition to great effect for haha. Or you could use satire more minimally, comparatively, in the likes of Snow Crash, which is just taking the hyper cool aesthetics of cyberpunk and naming the main character hero protagonist and having it all being a giant on cyberpunk. What's actually brilliant here is talking about Snow Crash actually allows us to go through each and every single level back up. We're going to go up for a breath of air before we come back down, because Snow Crash is a satire using a comedic tone to paint for us a dystopian Los Angeles where we follow a protagonist named hero protagonist in a world where ideas like we're actually getting just now in our actual society are coming to fruition. In fact, this story invented the term metaverse, which allows Neil Stephenson, the author, so much space to commentate on us as people, the genres we enjoy, the actual fallout and implications of a cyberpunk world, us as readers, this ridiculously over-stylized genre, whilst having this adventure-first fun atmosphere. I'm stretching a tidbit for the pulp there, but not as much as you'd think. But for my recommendation...
Okay. 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 All right. I'm going to go and agree with him on Snow Crash. I have read a chunk of that book. I do think there is a level of satire. It is talking about social issues. It is actually low-key critical. I think it's a very subtle satire. It's not like Gulliver's Travels or a letter. What was it? I think it's a modest proposal, it's not that level of satire. Okay, it's a subtle satire. The red shirt thing, though, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, as some lovely people in chat corrected me, that is more parody and comedy. So it is satirizing a genre. So I think the red shirt thing would actually be more satirizing the genre. And Snow Crash is satirizing our world, but is also satirizing a specific genre, which is cyberpunk. So I think satire for me is actually really close in the sense to some dystopian, because satire and dystopian literature requires the reader and the writer to have an understanding of a system that is being critiqued, right? So a dystopian or a satire is going to reference a system or a belief or a set of events that both the reader and the writer understand and are willing to, let's say, explore critically. I think Snow Crash could fall into this category of being a satire on two levels, but I'm going to agree with chat on this one, that perhaps, like Terry Pratchett's Discworld, that there's a difference between satirizing a genre and satirizing a current day situation, right? Satire uses humor, irony, or exaggeration to expose and criticize social, moral, or political vices with the goal of improvement or social change. Yeah. That's why it's a big one on his board. Yeah. He's from America. Yeah. Gulliver Travels. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I seek sincere fiction. The first whiff of irony, parody, or satire can have me reject the entire thing. I don't reject Terry Pratchett. I genuinely find Terry Pratchett to be gentle in humor. Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy, I read the first book and I never pursued any more because, and this might be a hot take, I felt like Douglas Adams was bitter. He just came off as bitter to me. That's my vibe. That is my vibe from him. He just felt bitter. Whereas with Terry Pratchett, there's a gentle warmth about Terry Pratchett's writing that I love. It's kind of like wrapping yourself in a snuggly little blankie and just being like, ooh, so fun. But Douglas Adams is just British humor. Terry Pratchett was also born in England and died in England and has British humor. Two British people, completely different vibe. Douglas Adams came off to me as bitter. Dystopia is a warning, satire is a criticism. Yeah. Pratchett was very British. Yeah, Pratchett was very British. Like his whole tourist thing, wonderfully acted by Sean Astin in the film. Sean Astin as the tourist, amazing. There is a gentle wit about Terry Pratchett that is gracious. Douglas Adams has the subtlety of a hatchet. Now, as being parodies, as being satirical of the genre, I'm not saying that Douglas Adams is bad. Please, once again, I'm talking about vibes here. I'm not talking about quality. Let's get our panties untwisted here, okay? I vibed off of Douglas Adams a specific way, and I didn't enjoy it. I read more Terry Pratchett because of this warmth to his humor. I also love his footnotes. His footnotes are peak. Yeah, I agree, Shay. I think your definition is much better. Dissecting Daniel Greene. Yeah. If Adams is blunt, he can't be satire by definition. I don't think he's blunt. He's bitter. And he doesn't count as satire. I think we as a chat will agree, right? Hitchhikers and Terry Pratchett's Discworld are not satires, although they do deal with some level of critique of certain, let's say, sociocultural issues. They're not satirical in nature. They're not intended to teach you a lesson. They are parodies and comedic in intention and execution. I just find the one to be warmer and the other one to be biting. But yeah. Discworld is a satire? Is it listed as satire? I have no idea. I got satirical elements from it, but is it counted under satire? They call it fantasy comedy. It's comic fantasy. They're not linking it to satire. It's parody, fantasy tropes. But it says there are analogies to real world issues. And I think that's where, do you remember how I said there's some satirical element to it, but it is not technically satire. So I would call it, okay, let's make up a new one, okay? Let's make up a new one, okay? Here, we're going to call it soft satire, and we're going to call it hard satire. So satirical element. If any book has a satirical element, is it soft or is it hard? I do not consider Discworld to be a hard satire. It's not like A Modest Proposal. If you have not read A Modest Proposal, you should probably give it a read. Oh, we should probably put down comedic versus non-comedic. So level of comedy. Criticism for the sake of entertainment versus criticism with goal. Yeah. Pratchett is making a parody of fantasy, but the characters on Discworld treat the world as entirely real and serious. Very much so. He's a satirist. Let's see. Google. Yeah, but you can be a satirist, and Discworld doesn't have to be satirical in nature. He could have written other satirist literature, not to be confused with other stuff. Just because you're a satirist doesn't mean that Discworld is a pure satire. I don't think Discworld is a pure satire. It does have satirical elements, but I don't consider it to be a pure satire. I wonder what he did write that would be considered pure. I haven't read everything that he wrote. Oh, check this out. I'm going to reference it. Wait 1 second. So according to somebody who was evaluating Terry Pratchett's work, academically speaking, they argue that when Terry Pratchett first began writing, he was writing parody, but that it evolved over time into satire. So his first books are parody and are like non-satirical in nature, like have light elements of satire, and then they developed into satire at a later stage. Satirical parody, that's not what the academic is saying. So the academic is saying it started out as parody in his first handful of books, light satirical elements, and then it moved into just, it dispensed with the parody and just wrote more satirical. So he went on a little journey as an author, which happens. It happens, right? An author changes over time. Authors don't have to like stay in their box. They can absolutely change. So Simp is partially correct. He did. I don't think all of his books have heavy satire. He got bitter. I don't know if he got bitter. But I haven't read his newest stuff. I only read his older stuff. Hence why I thought that he kept it that way. But clearly he changed. So maybe I don't want to read his later stuff. If he got bitter later on, then that's sad. That's too bad. Because I liked his early stuff. His early stuff was really warm and light. Like his first Color of Magic was comedic but light, and like I said, there were satirical elements. He was clearly, poking gentle fun at the British tourist. There was satirical elements in it, but it was not heavily satirized. But clearly something happened, something changed, and he went full satire. Okay, let's return. Now Daniel's maybe going to give us some satire recommendations with hard lighting.
A tidbit for the pulp there, but not as much as you'd think. But for my recommendation for satire, I'm actually going to recommend the book I'm reading right now, which is The Space Merchants. I didn't know a book could be a satire in a way that made me feel sick, but this one manages to do that. Imagine Mad Men, but taken to an extreme in a world where ad agencies are essentially governments. It is also remarkably disturbing because there are people walking around our world right now who think and act exactly like the protagonist of this book does. This book also embodies the idea that you do not need to like your protagonist to enjoy a book. It's a little more challenging, though, not only on that literary level, but what it's commenting on is stuff in a dystopian world. On top of that, it is heavily reflecting just exaggerated problems in our modern society. And you actually kind of need to be engaging with the humor and realizing this stuff is uncomfortable, and that's why it's funny. But all right, we have gotten deep enough in these waters to have
Maybe he didn't like what fantasy was becoming. Yeah, maybe. He got bitter, possibly. Has anyone here read A Modest Proposal? It doesn't sound like Daniel has read it. Has anyone here else read A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift? Anyone in chat? Simp has. Gold star to Simp. Anyone else? It's okay if you haven't. I'm not going to shame you. Most people probably haven't. But anyone else here read that? Yes, eat babies. Yeah. Modest Proposal is a letter where basically Jonathan Swift suggested that in order to make money, Irish people should sell their babies for meat to English people. Essentially. That's like the like no-brainer kind of. Basically saying eat babies. Okay? You need money. Your society's effed up. You should just make babies because you keep making babies, right? And your culture is fucked up. So you might as well just use the babies that you keep making and sell them to be eaten by the English. Awesome, Shay. Did this guy just say it's uncomfortable because that book is like Mad Men while having had sex with a sugar baby while engaged? Well, we'll just let that go. So, Modest Proposal, like, because it's written in an old style, it doesn't have the same impact for us, right? When we read A Modest Proposal, most of us will just go yawn, right? A lot of us will go yawn. But I think satire that is hard satire is going to make you squirm and feel uncomfortable. It's going to make you get yucky. That's what I mean. Yeah, that's what hard satire would be, where it's like shove it in your face, right? And I think if you're reading something where the author is deliberately horrifying you about something that you have considered before, it would be that would be pushing into satire territory. I think there are ways to write satire that is softer and more gentler. I think it was removed. No, it's there. Epstein must have loved that book. Well, why would Epstein want to eat babies? Maybe I will get censored for just saying that out loud. But anyway, I think there's soft satire where you package the pill in something that's like comedy. And then there's like hard satire where you just go for it. And I think that there are great ways to have like a satirical edge to something without going full satire. But I personally don't find myself enjoying satire for the most part. And we all know I think Epic is 100% right. We all know he chose satire and put it here because he wants to talk about politics. We all know. There's a rabbit hole, Chieko, with that topic. Yeah. Wait a minute. You guys can't see Epic's comment? I can see Epic's comment. I should pin it, but I won't. But anyway. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going.
Full access to the bazaar.
Bored? Yes. I think I'm a sofa.
I know how you feel.
And it's actually far more populated than you'd think. Instead, it feels like we're swimming amongst a thriving community of fish, a crowded one. There starts to feel like there's communities within communities, and that is because the actual scope and scale of what is available to us at these depths balloons. And now I need to actually pause the levels to have a conversation around what exactly is a space epic. I considered having it be its own level in the list, but really what you're saying when you say space epic is a big sci-fi story. It can be great, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's challenging you with its science fiction principles more and more. To me, space epic is just not a very useful term. And very often when people say space epic, what they actually mean is our next level, which does not have a length requirement. It has a scope and scale requirement, which is the space opera!
Oh, my lord.
becomes even more, I'm lightheaded, which frustratingly becomes even a slight bit more confusing because space operas themselves are misunderstood. And that's
I actually like how he did define that, like, you can have a very, very thick book, and that could be a space epic, but that doesn't make it a space opera. But when most people say space epic, they do mean space opera. So I appreciate him stopping to make that kind of qualifier there. Make sure you're on live chat instead of top chat. Yes. I wrote a letter to Congress petitioning for all juvenile delinquents to be put into hard labor and military apprenticeships rather than waste resources on juice detention rehab. So he doesn't link space epic to Greek and Roman epics. No. The mating sound of my people. He made a Herman grandpa joke. That's so lame, especially with that outfit. It's fine. Let's keep going. Space opera.
It's, in my opinion, due to how genre has evolved and changed over time. Let's just get this out of the way. It used to be that space operas meant there was a melodrama, almost kind of these elements of pulp that existed more thoroughly all in the space opera category and are not exclusive, but I would say are absolutely not requirements anymore. In fact, if you look on Google, their current definition still says there needs to be melodrama, and I disagree. For example, the authors of The Expanse categorize The Expanse.
Okay, so what you're really asking me there is if this is a hard science fiction. The answer is emphatic no. I have nothing but respect for well-written hard science fiction, and I wanted everything in the book to be plausible enough that it doesn't get in the way. But the rigorous how-to with the math shown, it's not that story. This is working man science fiction. It's like an alien. We meet the crew of the Nostromo doing their jobs in this very blue-collar environment. They're truckers, right? Why is there room in the Nostromo where water leaks down off of chains suspended from the ceiling? Because it looks cool and makes the world feel a little messy.
Expanse as a space opera. They actually bulk at the idea that it's hard sci-fi, which is an interesting discussion to have there, but I would not classify The Expanse in any way, shape, or form as melodrama. In fact, I can't find anyone online who does. So if it is a space opera, but is not a melodrama, and it's one of the biggest things within space operas right now, then I would argue this aspect of space operas, as we've seen in many others like Red Rising, is continuing to dwindle. It's there because of its roots in pulp, but it's not a requirement to be a space opera.
We told you this was melodrama.
But I would also argue that a space opera doesn't necessarily need to be a space epic. It doesn't need to be crazy long. It can be one quick book, but I've done a lot of dismissing what would I actually agree to be the definition of a space opera. Well, as I said, obviously you need to have quite the ambitious story to tell. I am talking about multiple cultures or planets or something along those lines to justify this being something people could mistake for an epic. I am also hard-pressed to think of a space opera that does not have some kind of Odyssey structure to it, where the characters are visiting multiple planets, either within a solar system or multiple solar systems, even multiple galaxies. The personal and political stakes often take equal footing within the narrative, and we can talk about kind of the textbook space opera to get into this, and that would be Star Wars, where you have the rebellion empire conflict, but almost put on the exact same wavelength within the narrative, there is the personal conflict between Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader. There is always that kind of tit for tat, personal justification woven into the political angles going on, or just the larger world moving elements. And what I would like to say at this point, though, to people who maybe have been hesitant to get into science fiction as a genre because they've been afraid of, the stereotype of how much it asks of you, the reader, it's not until you get to the space operas that I feel like there's much challenging you here at all. Satirical can actually be quite challenging because maybe, depending on the book, you need to know the sci-fi genre or whatever genre is critiquing quite well, but as long as you keep an eye out for that, most near future dystopias, pulps, and even space operas tend to be pretty straightforward adventure, action, hero's journey stuff, and you shouldn't be afraid to challenge yourself with them. Eventually, I'll do a reader's guide to sci-fi like I did for fantasy here, and I'll take you through finding all the different subgenres that could interest you. Like, hey, over here we have horror, cosmic horror, new weird, time travel, first contact, military, apocalyptic, philosophical. Those are all different branches of that web once I get there. And any of them could exist at any level. But don't think you're going to be breaking out the calculator and doing math for any of this stuff.
Yeah, his categories are fucked. But let's talk about space opera. Shay is the, or anyone who's read them, are the Cherry novels, or Cherry, I don't know how to say that person's name, is that a space opera? Because when I looked up that stuff on Wiki, I got a sense that there's like a chunk of books all intertwined. Is it? AC Cherry. CJ Cherry. There we go. Okay, it's speculative fiction. They're not labeling it as space opera. But there's a universe. That she wrote in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is not the Alliance Union universe a space opera? Okay, let's click on this. No, they're just saying it's... They do not say it's a space opera. They're just listing it as sci-fi. Would I be wrong in thinking that? Because there's a lot of books that she wrote for this. She writes space operas? Okay. Thank you, Simp. Thanks. Okay. It's crazy to me that his background motive is to present these levels as if you need to read Cyberpunk 2077 or Neuromancer before you can grasp and understand Star Wars trilogy. Yeah, this is very odd, Epic. This is very odd. She has one series that's 30 some books. Yeah, it's called the Alliance Union universe. I think it's space. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Simp. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. I'm looking at this Wikipedia list, everybody. This is not obviously as many books as Star Wars, okay? But Star Wars was written by multiple authors. This is Cherry on her own. So, yeah. He also didn't list Warhammer 40K, Warhammer books in satire or in space opera yet. Yeah, maybe he doesn't read Warhammer 40K. Both Foreigners and Union Alliance would be space opera. Okay, thank you, Simp. Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm feeling it. I'm thinking it should be labeled a space opera. He didn't mention it. Interesting. Why would Cherry not be mentioned? Maybe he hasn't read her. Okay, well, anyway, let's keep going.
It's actually, I've had friends who straight up told me, I was like, hey, you should read Sun Eater. And they were like, oh, I don't want to have to like study quantum physics and stuff to get it. And I'm like, what? It's just not what reality is of any of this. They read one Isaac Asimov book and thought that was science fiction. Space operas, though, are, in my opinion, deeply tied to pulp. And that is actually why I think Star Wars, which was inspired by some of the pulps I've mentioned before, is kind of the flagship space opera still to this day. It almost became a bridge point for them, where you have the grand epic scale and scope, the personal and political angles, and yet it had this action first, fun foremost philosophy that gives you the beautiful lightsaber. But Star Wars also applies to our next level, and it kind of pisses me off for several reasons. Well, I'll admit, Star Wars has deep lore, great books, I've experienced some of them, and should be considered among the heavyweights of science fiction. It also takes up nearly, unless you're in the know, all of the air in the room for level 6 sci fantasy. Before we move on though, my recommendation for space opera, just read Red Rising. It's as good as everyone says, especially after the first book. If you bounced off the first book, just be aware, the second book pulls off a complete genre change, and it's a space opera and no longer rich kids beating the shit out of each other in castles. Plus, I'm going to be doing a mega summary on the next 2 books. Already did the first one here, which you can check out if you'd like. So you're welcome to watch along after I get that done in the next couple of months. I don't know, Daniel. You haven't really sold me on this space opera. Iron Rain. That name alone should be Iron Rain. It's what you think. It's incredible. It's the most badass thing. Class warfare. Murder the golds. Satisfy. We're now pushing a...
I want to do my own version of Daniel Greene's 7 levels of sci-fi, but be obnoxiously right-wing, and show people how obnoxious it can get when you can't stop talking about your politics. Holy shit. Shut the fuck up, Daniel. Anyway, let's keep going.
A little bit deeper than those crowded reefs, and the sunlight above is beginning to dwindle. Things can get strange, and I actually put science fantasy deeper down here for a very good goddamn reason. There are absolutely easy sci-fantasy books to read, but the staples of sci-fantasy are usually asking a lot of you, not only in terms of understanding the sci-fi genre, but also having some experience with the fantasy genre. And on top of that, their stories tend to be extremely ambitious, falling into what I've seen many people call, and I really like this term, myths and spacesuits. Tech often replaces magic or will coincide along with it, yet the structure of the story you have is super fantastical in structure for the big boys of this space. The prime example, of course, being Dune. Now, Dune in itself is actually kind of a commentary. It's a commentary
I
twist
like that voice
on
clip. That's
many
great.
of the tropes that built sci-fi on these levels up until this point. But it brings in a fantasy structure as well as that mythos style to firmly land within sci-fantasy. And despite how popular it is, I would say that Star Wars is actually kind of a bad representation of what sci-fantasy is on average. None of that was meant as a critique of Star Wars, please. And there are certainly certain sci-fantasy series that, because of the just girth of Star Wars in the space, have started to pull more from it, aka Sun Eater. But when it comes to other big players like 3 Parts Dead, Amber Series, Saga, Book of the New Sun, Book of the Ancestor, The Locked Tomb, I actually think that in terms of sci-fantasy, Star Wars is a bit of an oddball because it tends to make people think that sci-fantasy also inherently has elements of space opera, which just isn't right. Or they have those pulpy aesthetics, which I would say is just most often not the case. And I've actually been trying harder and harder to get more and more into sci-fantasy recently, and Book of the New Sun especially has been an eye-opening experience. And I
wouldn't we put Warhammer 40K as wouldn't we put Warhammer 40K as being slightly science fantasy-esque? Or is it just pure science fiction? I don't know. You tell me, everybody. I would say, if I was going to define Star Wars, I think, did we say that it had soft? I think Star Wars is both soft in its science and soft in its fantasy. Does this make sense? So like the whole point of Star Wars is not to be realistic in either the fantasy or the sci-fi. It's in many ways it's a lot like J.K. Rowling, right? Once again, highly energetic books in terms of how it inflames the public consciousness. Like the public is very inspired and inflamed by these extremely low level soft stuff. So both Harry Potter's fantasy and science fiction is soft, and Star Wars is also extremely soft. And what that results in is, like I said, contrivances at times where if you really can't go into it with you can't go into it with certain expectations. If you go into it to expect number crunching and data, I think you'll be sorely disappointed. And the only thing that saves Star Wars is that time travel is not really there. There is flow walking that happens in later books, and flow walking kind of appears in various books and is mentioned in various books, but time travel itself is extreme, like as a concept within Star Wars. Time travel just, it doesn't exist for basically anybody, except for a select few. You have flow walking, which is not even the same thing. You're not even really breaking time per se, but yeah, it is not sitting around and explaining things, which is where I think he's touching on pulp, right? Do you remember how I said pulp is interested in presenting enough sci-fi or enough fantasy to be reasonable to the person, to give the person the aesthetic of it, but all of the hard work that was put into Star Wars as a sci-fi, it is still on the, like, if we're just talking about the films are relatively soft. But when you go to the books do harden up the sci-fi a bit, and they do harden up the fantasy a bit. But it's the lore of science of Star Wars. A lot of the heavy lifting is done from the books, not the films. Okay, I had to look it up. She's considered a space opera because her technical elements, while often spot on, are meant to an end, which is a requirement for space opera. She uses the genre as a way to explore social issues. 40K is space opera. Okay. 40K is science fantasy. Okay. Warhammer 40K universe can be just about anything. Okay. Star Wars is sort of hard in certain ways. The fighting is pretty practical. You are correct. Flow walking is nuts. Yes. But not many people know about flow walking, Ben, and not many people, not even many Jedi know about flow walking, if that makes sense. Like, the restrictions around flow walking is pretty extreme. Warhammer 40K, Final Fantasy, Warcraft, and D&D could go in this category. D&D itself features conflict between science and magic. It feels more like a world setting category. If we're going to start including video games and other side stuff, Guild Wars 2. I think Guild Wars 2 would fit into a science fantasy. I don't know if anyone here played Guild Wars 2, but I think there's enough in Guild Wars 2 to make it a science fantasy. But you can correct me, of course. I haven't played it extensively. Most space operas aren't explaining everything. That's more hard science. I agree, Simp. You are correct. Yeah. So I think space operas and science fantasy don't need to be hard to be science fiction. But it would be interesting if someone did a space opera that was completely hard. That was fast. That would be horribly boring, but in my opinion. But, you know, it could work. Warp magic is literally magic in 40K Warhammer, and the Imperium spaceships magically teleport into another realm and then teleports out of that realm as space travel. Magic is unavoidable. Okay, so when I was playing Rogue Trader, bear with me, I haven't finished it, there was this whole thing where you were opening up this hole and you're going through the hole and then shit goes down. I am basically no Jedi, no of flow walking. I think Luke does flow walking in Fate of the Jedi. I'll check, though. I'll check myself. Did Luke Skywalker flow walk? I'm pretty sure he did it. He learned this ability. Oh, Ben learned this ability. Luke investigated it rather than practice it himself, according to so Luke did not flow walk. Wait a minute, I'm going to check Wikipedia. I'm going to look up flow walk just in case. Because sometimes AI doesn't get it right, but I want to just double check. But according to AI, like the Google thing, AI says that he did not flow walk, but I don't know, because I thought he went into some place. Flow walk. Wait a minute. Flow. Damn it. Nope. Okay, I'll look it up. I might have to reread Fate of the Jedi. Luke cautioned it? Yeah. Getting into warp travel lore is not a rabbit hole, it's a rabbit warren. Okay, we won't get into it. Yeah. Hard and soft magic science are better described as explanation levels. Star Wars, the original, explained very little. The prequels introduced explanations like mitochondrians. Yeah, it tried to be hard. Yeah. But it's not Jedi teaching. You are correct, Ben. Yeah. From my initial, what Google said, Ben, is that Jedi do not flow walk, and Luke did not flow walk. He investigated flow walking, but I remember Luke went in to talk to dead people, and he spoke with Mara. So what was that? It wasn't a Force ghost. Or was it? I thought he was in a trance of some kind. Okay, you know what, guys? I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'll look it up. Yeah, I'll look it up. Because I'm pretty sure he went on a journey and then he met her ghost and he was like, I have been hearing you talking to me at night. And she was like, that's not me, Luke. And I was like, uh-oh. And it turned out it was somebody else. So I'll have to go back and reread because I only read it one time. Yeah, I agree, Epic. That was George Lucas's mistake. He tried to go hard. He should never have gone hard. That's all I'm saying. He should never have gone hard. I might read the extended universe, and this is sort of spoiling it. I can assure you, a simp, that by the time your brain tries to wrap around Star Wars, and you will probably never be able to get through Star Wars, but by the point in time that you try to get there, you will completely forget all of what we just talked about. Flow walking is to Force abilities what Vap had is to lightsaber combat. Yeah, maybe I'm not talking about flow walking. It was something else, but I'll look into it. I love how he uses different colored markers for this whiteboard. Very organized. let's keep going.
I almost wanted to do like a 6.5, which would be the sci-fantasy commentary level. Here is where the coral reef is no longer visible, and the actual visibility around you in the water is getting constricted. And that is because the elements of sci-fantasy that are being woven into the story are now being done so in a way to either be allegorical or metatextual for us, some well-known.
Oh boy, here he goes. Here he goes again. Also, his metaphor about the ocean. I think I understand what this board is. I think what he's talking about is how much brain power you need to enjoy these books. So he's suggesting that you don't need a lot of brain power to enjoy pulp. But then he retracts that because he links pulp to space opera, where you're going to have enough brain power to remember details to keep the space opera together. But then he says, okay, but we have dystopian over here. You need brain power for this. But then he implies that people are stupid about politics, so they need to learn through books. So now you need a bit more brain power, but still quite low. Whereas if we're actually talking about brain power and people understanding and adequately being able to not only understand what the writer is talking about, but to also disagree with the writer or how the writer executed dystopian, then this should be way higher, in my opinion. And we should just have satire right next to dystopian. If that's the case, why is near future so high up? How is near future more difficult to understand than dystopian? What? Dystopian should probably be moved up, and near future should be moved down. No? But then he points out down here, can be soft. Oh my gosh, I'm his organization. I don't like it. I'm sorry. And I'm not going to... oh boy. Star Wars. As book-to-book basis, Star Wars is like Pulp Fiction. Like Starfighters of Adamar is Pulp Fiction. What are we talking about here? Okay, let's keep going.
Story that already exists or has become a satire of both sci-fi and fantasy. Here at this level, oftentimes, on the more technical, I guess for lack of a better word, sci-fantasy stories, you need to come in with some kind of prior knowledge and base. If you read Sun Eater, even on that more like easy to consume sci-fantasy level with no knowledge of sci-fi or fantasy, you are missing a ton of references and reasons for things being the way they are. I will say sci-fantasy also has kind of the most breathing room of anything on the whole board when it comes to what is possible. For that, you just need to take a look at the Locked Tomb series, which is about lesbian necromancers on spaceships. Where else could you get that? You can't. It has the full range open to it. Sci-fantasy, by its very nature, is the most creatively freeing level here because we're in these deep waters. There's plenty of sustenance, yet there is still sunshine to not constrict us away from that full, vibrant potential. But with that maximum breadth, many of the best authors within the sci-fantasy space can do incredible things, like how Gene Wolfe is essentially retesting Christianity as a whole with his sci-fantasy epic Book of the New Sun, where at the end of time we're trying to deconstruct and understand what exactly morality means on this adventure with someone who is allegorical to Christ in many ways. And this is all being done from a deeply Catholic perspective. So the, I don't want to say shallow, but pulpy aesthetics of Star Wars are completely absent in an example that I would say is the greatest example of sci-fantasy's potential that I've come across. Check out this video if you want to see me lose my mind reading the first Book of the New Sun book. If you want to start sci-fantasy on an easier level, I would say either start with 3 Parts Dead, which is an urban fantasy series that is also near sci-fi as a result of fantastical elements. I actually want to really get in deep on this series on this channel here. Let me know if you're interested. To me, it's underappreciated right now. Or sticking with just as consumable, you can go for Sun Eater, but if you'd like to plunge into the deep end, I invite you to Book of the New Sun. It's challenging. Book of the New Sun Is Gene Wolfe just fully expecting you to pay attention to every single line and make connections yourself? I have too many questions. None of them have been answered so far, but rats have a language? Did they evolve as the sun died? What is this world, man? It's so cool. Yet, if you have basic reading comprehension skills, it is immensely engaging. And that kind of challenge to pull you deeper and deeper into what feels like a fantasy world until you start picking up on the hints that reveal it's actually a dystopian sci-fantasy one is one of the most rewarding experiences I've had in fiction. And just because you're not necessarily a well-versed reader in sci-fi doesn't mean you're not a comprehending smart reader. And I think the way that Book of the New Sun is intellectually engaging is the kind of satisfying experience many readers as adults are looking for. But with the next level on level...
Actually, I want to do the reverse. I want to do the reverse. I want to write sci-fi that is extremely materialist and then start peeling back layers and peeling back layers and then peeling back layers. And then the final books that I write will be, instead of 80-20 magic in favor of sci-fi, it will be 80-20 in favor of fantasy. I hope that makes sense. So I actually want to reverse it. I want to write a materialist world that doesn't understand the numinous nature of reality. So in some ways, you could argue that Chieko is going to be, in her own way, kind of like Final Fantasy, some of the Final Fantasy 14 themes is kind of this need for making meaning and balance and psychology and spirituality. I want to create in my series this sense of, we thought the reality is this way, and we're so entrenched we can't imagine another way to see the world. And some species literally can't see it anymore because they evolved over time to a point where they can no longer interact with reality in a psycho-spiritual, magical way. So, yeah. Book of the New Sun twist isn't that great if you read a lot of 80s fantasy. I don't think I have, Simp, so we'll see. Wooly says, I will not Fed post. Wooly, could you send me your Fed post in Discord when you're free? Because I sense that you probably disagree with his take on Shadow and Claw, the Book of the New Sun or whatever. Eridur of Argus before Sargeras and the Naru turned up. I think, Simp, the reason why people go gaga over twists, I'm going to go with a hot take here, okay, Simp? I don't think that a twist has to be good in order to wow people. And do you know why a twist doesn't have to be good in order to wow people? Can anyone here guess in class? Can anyone in class raise their hand and tell me why people are impressed by a twist, even if it's not all that amazing or all that well executed? I'm not saying, by the way, that Book of the New Sun twist isn't well executed, by the way. I don't want to imply that. But now I know there's a twist, and I'm still reading through it, so... There's more than one reason for that? Does anyone have an idea why people always get, be bothered about their expectations being subverted? I know people like twists they can see coming rather than ones that come from left field. I agree with you 110%, Epic. 110%. I agree with you there. Absolutely. Contrived twists, everyone hates them. Everyone hates them. they're like, fuck you, and they give the middle finger because they don't see them coming. It's not just that, Leo. I think maybe it's my time ghostwriting and me trying to work with people who are plebeian in their tastes, but I think a lot of people don't engage with content that has twists. If you look at a lot of writing, it's very straightforward. It's very A to B to C to D to E to F to G, right? And you can just, it's like, oh yeah, yep. And it just goes along. The amount of clients who came to me and were like, I have this amazing story idea. Please help me write it. And then they would give me their story idea, and it's like oatmeal. It's just plop, 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 plop. And it's fine. It's fine. I'm not saying that they can't write it. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be written. What I'm saying is most story writing is extremely, not just linear, it's extremely one direction. There's no looking back. People don't like the rug being pulled. Yes. Convince the reader the character is about to get a car when you plan for them to get a spaceship. It's a twist that defies expectations, but also raises interest. Yeah, there are ways of handling a twist, right? There are ways of handling twists. But most people find twists to be phenomenal. They go gaga over it. And the reason is because I think a good 60% to 75% of writers don't write a twist. There isn't like a surprise callback or appropriate foreshadowing. It's a good twist, properly done, is rare. And so when it's done, even if it's done kind of mediocrely, people, I think, get hyped. And they're like, oh, this thing, Shadowbringers. And it's just like, okay. And it's not, I'm not saying that twists that are done poorly, everyone loves them. The twists that, oh boy. Okay. I'm sorry, anybody who loved episode 8, but the twists of episode 8 were disrespectful, and Rian Johnson sitting around talking about subverting expectation wanted me to slap him so hard. I am not a violent, people, Party will tell you that I'm, besides my time as a teenager hitting my siblings over the head with a book, and one time hitting a guy over the head because I was flirting with him. But setting aside those kind of Asperger's type Chieko situations, okay? Setting that aside, I am not a physically violent person. Rian Johnson talking about episode 8, I tweaked out. I absolutely tweaked out how pretentious he was talking about his shit film. Oh my gosh. Just thinking about it sends me back, and I start I get crazy. So anyway, long story short, I think that people don't understand what I think people don't understand that they cotton onto good twists or even fairly okay twists because it's just not very common. A lot of stories are just this and this and this, oh boy. Aside from being on the lam for several sexual judges, I'm not a violent person. I only hit my siblings if they were getting out of control. And it was only with a book, and it was only on the head. I sound psychotic, but I really wasn't. I let my sister put her head into a sleeping bag and go down a stairs head first, okay? I was a hands-off babysitter. I was super hands off compared to my other sister. I'm just saying. I was always like, yeah, you do your own thing. Just don't get me in trouble. She was hands off until she was hands on. Yeah. But honestly, like, I never feel violent about people, but there were some ways that Rian Johnson talked about his twists, and I put quotes around that literally I wanted to smack him on the back of the head, but not in like a loving way. I hated the way he talked about his twists, and subverting expectation. But anyway, I do think people get super hyped up and focused on twists. To be honest, you'd have to be paying attention longer to get violent. Yes, yeah. I only did it out of extreme necessity, really, honestly, chat, for real. But I just think that people cotton on to twists are like, oh my god, because they're very rarely done well, and many times when they are done like at a medium level competency to mediocre competency, it's contrived and it annoys people. There's twists in the sequel trilogy. Yes. Okay. Shay, Rian Johnson would like to consider them as being a twist or like a subversion of expectation or turning things around, but it just drove me crazy. I'm not gonna lie. Chieko needs to finish KOTOR. Yeah. I love me a good twist, but I do think that people lose their mind over twists a lot. And don't get me wrong, I love me a good twist. I love Dorothy Dinette. She's the twist queen. But I think there are better ways to do it and less better ways. And so they're difficult to pull off. And I think a lot of people get beefs against twists that are poorly contrived, like The Jailer. Okay, let's keep going.
7, we've finally entered
The Black Waters.
hard sci-fi. All those things you heard about sci-fi that possibly stopped you from picking it up and giving it a read become reality. The life doesn't actually make much sense down here. The fish start looking strange, and the stories very often don't obey your typical story structures. The parallels in this depth analogy are actually quite apt. I wasn't fully aware of it until I started. But within these constraints, there is a new kind of freedom. Just as bioluminescence only exists in nature within the absence of light, here, with the constraints of hard sci-fi, we can get weirder than ever before. Because the core tenet of hard science fiction, trying to really distill this down into just a consumable line to explain this fully to people who might not know, the final level of sci-fi, truly utilizing science in the fiction to its maximum potential. How would this actually go? Logic over the rule of cool every single time. Another way for you to fully understand what you're getting into here, this is the subgenre of sci-fi where you have the highest percentage of actual scientists writing fictional stories. Throughout the history of hard sci-fi, PhDs, MDs, those people who are experts in fields extrapolate what the actual implications of a technology, an idea.
Simp. Simp. What if you wrote sci-fi for us so we can actually get a real mathematical sci-fi book? Subverting, a twist I hate? Subverting my expectation that while the Force is waking up, the former stormtrooper doesn't have his Force waken. Epic? Don't even get me started on how Finn was robbed, okay? We could have had another, albeit gentler, Mace Windu, okay? We were robbed Don't even get me started about Finn. And you know what? They should have made Poe as well. They should have all three had it, and Poe would have been the fighter pilot that is force sensitive, and Finn would have been the stormtrooper that is force sensitive, and Rey would have been the smuggler that is force sensitive. Oh, the pain. They were robbed. I just want some guys having the force again. Anyway. Oh, the pain. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm not tearing up. I'm not crying. It's fine. It's fine. My IP is dead. Oh Lord, just thinking about it, I'm so... Oh gosh, I'm actually hormonal. I think I'm hormonal because now I'm actually tearing up. Oh Lord, I'm gonna just wipe that away. That did not happen. But Finn was robbed. Finn was robbed. Play KOTOR 2, yeah. I need, guys, I'm working on it, okay? I just need to get a better job, and then I can stream more often. Okay? I'm working on it. It's just going to take some time. Oh man. I'm actually, wait a minute. I need to rub my eyes a bit. Okay. It's better now. Oh, all right. That was an emotional moment for me. Oh Lord. Most hard sci-fi is approachable. Also, that isn't true about PhDs. You don't think so, Simp? I hope you can explain it. Andy Weir is hard sci-fi. Isn't Andy Weir the bro who did Martian? Isn't Martian hard sci-fi? I thought The Martian was hard sci-fi. Is that Martian Andy Weir? Yeah, I was reading some of Andy Weir's The Martian. I thought that was sci-fi. Simp, though. Simp, come on, bro. You keep critiquing how people use math in books, all right? You and me, we need to do something so we can write the ultimate math book, okay? And we'll call it something like really edgy, like Parabola of Ecstasy, and people will try to like find meaning in it, but there will be no meaning. You're teaching us about writing. Please leave biology alone. No, Daniel, no. We don't need to know about social change and biology. Go back to talking about sci-fi, about satire. As Rich Evans would ask, how does it feel to see your favorite franchises go down in flames? I'm tearing up. 2 KOTOR games make me mauled about the rest of Star Wars in general. I give them more credit as foundational than the original movie trilogy. Yeah, I think the original movie trilogy works for me on a mythical level, but if we're talking about it as like a novel or story, it's anemic. Lots of sci-fi is just normal people. Robinson Mars trilogy. The author was an English major. We thought we made peace with the death of Star Wars, but in truth, it still hurts. Yes. I have a heart deep down, right? And that heart is traumatized and damaged. Guys, I guess for me, do you know how like teens, do you know how there's guys these days, right? Who like have this connection with World of Warcraft, right? That connection with World of Warcraft epitomizes the unspoken connection I have with Star Wars. I don't talk about Star Wars a lot. I no longer read or interact with Star Wars. But if you asked me, Chieko, how would you define your teen years? I would say anime and Star Wars and babysitting. Lots of babysitting, but anime and Star Wars. And sometimes I could put in there Lord of the Rings as well, but I would sit and tell Star Wars stories to the kids I babysat as a way to reward them because I would make it really exciting. Anyway, let's keep going. All right, let's a math algorithm that involves an infinite number that, when solved, robs the solver of sanity. During the course of the story, Chieko, you force the reader to solve the algorithm and then doubt their sanity. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back and see where he's going with this.
The rule of cool every single time. Another way for you to fully understand what you're getting into here. This is the subgenre of sci-fi where you have the highest percentage of actual scientists writing fictional
Isn't
stories.
that Carl Sagan?
Throughout the history of hard sci-fi, PhDs, MDs, those people
Or is
who
that
are
Richard
experts in
Feynman?
fields
Anyway.
extrapolate what the actual implications of a technology, an idea, an event would be, and then just put it out on paper. Not often necessarily trying to even go on a hero's journey. A side effect of them also not often being professional writers. Pros can take a hit here. You think it's going to be super smart, super technical all the time, but like Isaac Asimov, despite being the guy who came up with the rules of robotics, not a great writer. Not on that Gene Wolfe level. One mistake, though, that people make when they look at hard sci-fi is they think it has to be hard science-based, when that is not.
He just said Asimov. Is Asimov worse than Gene Wolfe? I thought Asimov was dry. I thought Asimov was just dry. I didn't think he was bad. Is being dry bad? Amazon. I guess being dry would be considered. Let's see. Foundation. Isaac Asimov. I was reading Prelude to Foundation, and then I think I tried Foundation as well. Like, do we think Asimov is worse than Gene Wolfe in terms of writing? What does chat think? I'm looking through it. He had to write a lot. I think I posted this on the server, but got into homemade bookbinding to enjoy physical fan works. When the official line is terrible, the fans make up for it. Okay. That's cool, Royal. So, like, what do you mean by... Okay, can you elaborate a little bit on bookbinding? I'm just going to go take a quick bio break. BRB. Okay, let's see. Asimov's prose is worse than Wolfe. I think Did she just ditch us? From a high-lit viewpoint, I think Jean is Asimov's superior, but Asimov is by far more influential to sci-fi as a whole. Okay, so I think I'm going to agree with you all, because let's pull this over here. All right, so if we take a little look here, like it is, I think Simp, was it Simp who said he's pulpy? This does feel more pulpy, I will say. I had to go back and review this because it's been a hot minute. I read this like way back, way back. So I think if we take a little look at how the exposition is handled, it is very flat. Okay, so actually this part here is really pretty. The steel shutter lids were rolled back at announced times, and he was always there watching the hard brilliance of the stars, enjoying the incredible hazy swarm of a star cluster like a giant conglomeration of fireflies caught in mid-motion and stilled forever. I think that's a nice line there, but they're few and far in between. Whereas like right away, when I was reading Gene Wolfe's Shadow and Claw, I was like, this is yeah. Asimov Foundation is 30 years before Book of the New Sun. That's a fair point, Simp. You're right. Printing and making your own physical books, either hard or soft cover, and you get the text from AO3 or whatever, format it for print, and then bind the pages into a book. Asimov is old-fashioned and not bad. Interesting. That is so cool. So, like, do you have, like, a special printer, Royal? Gene wrote yummy words. I agree. I'm very impressed with his diction. I want to study it. I'm reading his stuff slower than I usually would because I'm taking notes. Yeah, Arm, do you end up printing it off yourself, or do they send you like I guess you would print off the proofs. That is such a cool skill, Royal. I'm impressed by that. That is so cool. I think Miro is also interested in book printing, but I could be wrong. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going.
Not true. Childhood's End, for example, is a first contact story that actually, I won't spoil the twist into it, has a pretty kind of absurd angle, but it's trying to extrapolate what really would happen, the result of this would be, in a very earnest and genuine way, making it a hard sci-fi book. There's also the mega successful Three Body Problem, which is a first contact story, kind of taking it an even harder direction in terms of actually having antagonistic aliens. And yes, of course, the likes of iRobot, Foundation, and a litany of others from the golden age of hard sci-fi, though I would argue there are still plenty of extraordinary hard sci-fi authors out there to read now, and the one I'm actually going to recommend to be an entry point for people who are interested in hard sci-fi and want to see how weird it can be is going to be probably now in my top 5 fantasy or sci-fi trilogies of all time, and that's going to be
Children of Time
by Adrian Tchaikovsky. It's a story about different kinds of intelligence learning to communicate, as there is also another story happening about a generation ship and environmental viral issues happening with a new form of life, and the way that it is both consumable but challenging to a reader whilst being informative is absolutely delightful. And I think if you're trying to go to these depths of sci-fi, you're wanting something that's going to be making you think, that's actually going to be trying to engage with you intellectually. I'm not going to try and play softball at level 7, and I'm going to be honest with you, yeah, it's a book that you need to pay attention to. When I first read it, I was a young, dumb, like 22-year-old who had barely read anything in sci-fi and did not appreciate the just exquisite masterpiece on display. And now, after rereading it as a 31-year-old, how old am I? I'm 31. I think I was 30 when I reread it. I was 29. Me. It's amazing. But the final fun quirk that you see most often happen.
Simp. Didn't you say that R.L. Kwong's book has bad math? Didn't you say that, Simp? I feel like Simp was saying there was bad math or something. Something had bad math. Let me know, Simp. Let's keep going.
in hard sci-fi, but technically can happen at every level, is accurate predictions of the future. We mentioned earlier Parable of the Sower, which I would say is actually a dystopia hard sci-fi book because it's Octavia Butler, one of the most brilliant minds to ever write sci-fi, try to take the most realistic, accurate view of what this apocalypse would be like while also putting in a savior thing. And
Right. Okay. So I think, therefore, because her, remember how I always talk about intention? Because her intention isn't to, write hard sci-fi, her intention is to be literary. Maybe she just kind of breaks the rules, but why would he then put it in hard sci-fi if she's anyway, let's keep going.
Is it sci-fi? I don't know, but it's brilliant and you should read it. But the way she predicts the future, the apocalypse that this book goes through, just upsettingly accurate. We're like 85% of the way there. Just a couple more things need to go wrong, and then I might actually believe Octavia Butler is a prophet. It's eerie. So much of our actual science modern vernacular is born from books written decades ago by people who just came up with concepts like cyberspace before they were in the mainstream. And so when technology actually got there and invented that thing, they just looked at, oh, he said it. Yeah, William Gibson's Neuromancer just said it. So I guess that's the term now. Yeah, William Gibson's Neuromancer came up with the term cyberspace. What? There's also plenty of examples of that from non-book sources like Star Trek coming up.
Guys, Neuromancer is finally getting adapted. It's coming out later this year. I'm going to get like Apple TV for 1 month and just binge it in a week and then unsubscribe. Holy moly. Can't wait. He looks great for 32. Really? I think he looks fairly normal. I don't know if he looks great for 32. He's a smaller man. He's wearing his baseball cap backwards. He's dressing like a preppy early freshman, basically, I think. But he's got a nice face. He looks cute. Just I prefer his maroon cardigan. Who is mutilating Neuromancer? Good question. Let me bring it up. It is being created by these two people. Wait 1 second. Wait 1 second. Sorry, I have to dig stuff out. The guy who is writing it and is the showrunner was a writer on Prison Break. He was a writer and co-producer on Fringe and Jack Ryan and Lost, Almost Human, and The Returned. And the second guy he's working with, who is directing, hasn't done a lot. He's a relative new bro. But he's directed some TV shows. And if you want to see the cast, wait 1 second, let me show you the cast. Man, is there like no website with the cast listing with pictures? It's going to have Wow. This is about, it's going to have Mark Strong as Armitage. Let me show you here. Okay, so Callum Turner, Brianna Middleton, Clements Posey, Mark Strong, and Sarsgaard as Ashpool. So this is Callum Turner. He's going to be Case. This is going to be Molly. Clements is going to look like that. Mark Strong is going to be Armitage. And this guy is going to be one of the Ashpools. It's looking promising. It's looking promising. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to go in with good faith and see. No, it's not from the studio that brought you Rings of Power. It's Apple TV. It's Paramount. Paramount and Skydance, Sky Media. It has also Max Irons in it, who's the son of Jeremy Irons. I think he's probably going to be one of the Tessier Ashpool folks. That's my guess. Joseph Lee, who's a Korean. I'm wondering if he will be the con artist bro. I don't know. It could be Mark Menchaca. I once again, I'm not sure. It's promising. Who is funding it? Paramount. Before the who's taking Paramount? I don't know. It's Paramount. Who's funding it? Apple. Apple and Paramount. So, I mean, once again, I'm not going to go into it negatively. I'm going to go into it in good faith. I'm going to give it all the rope it needs. And if it lets me down, I will let everybody know. Sorry, Shay. I should be extremely clear. Neuromancer is going to be a single series. It is not a multi-series. They're just doing one short, one-off series for the book. That's it. It's not a multi-series. It's like a single adaptation. It's not even season 1. There's no multi-seasons here. It's just like one and done. Like, as far as I understand, they're not. As far as I understand, like, they're calling it a TV series because the series is set to consist of 10 episodes. Now, I know that Neuromancer is technically, I think, a trilogy, so they could potentially send some people off and keep a core and follow the rest of the trilogy in an alternative stuff. Oh, and by the way, it's being filmed in Tokyo. Filmed in Tokyo itself. Yeah. Yeah. Max Irons is going to be the name of my gym. Sure. Yeah, Leo. Once again, I'm going to go in and not be negative. And if I come out negative, you will know that I didn't go in hoping for failure. Because a lot of people will discount criticism because they're like, oh, you went in hoping for failure. I'm not going in hoping for failure. I have been waiting 22 years. I had to do the math. I've been waiting 22 years for this. So they better not fuck it up. But so far, the casting looks good and reasonable. And so far, the writers look okay. Not well known. So that's hopeful. Maybe they'll play by the book and listen to William Gibson. It does not appear to be a multi-series. It appears to be only one series. Like one season. Now, could they go for the rest of the Sprawl trilogy if it becomes popular? Maybe. But like Shay said, he's going to be the next Bond. So I think even if it gets popular, I don't think they will extend it beyond what it should be. But we will see. We shall see. We shall see. We will see. But for those of you who don't want to read Neuromancer, maybe you can wait for the Apple TV special and then just watch that.
Up with a bunch of stuff. And if you're looking for hard sci-fi that is not the medium of book, but something you can watch, I absolutely recommend some of the harder sci-fi tangents of Star Trek that have happened, because that's also gone in soft sci-fi directions recently. That is the 7 levels of getting...
He makes a good point. I think there are certain parts of science of Star Trek that could probably go into hard sci-fi. Soft sci-fi now. Yep. I think Neuromancer, The Man in the High Castle, a lot of those kind of speculative / near future / dystopian stuff is really fun. I love the one season I watched For All Mankind. I have noticed that Apple and Amazon Prime have been pushing sci-fi hard. And I think to a degree, for me, that is fine. That's good. I get concerned if a book isn't written to have multiple seasons. When they start extending it for multiple seasons, that's when I get hinky. But if they do what they did with Sandman, I personally think Sandman should have had 3 seasons. That's my feeling. But they got it down in 2. I do think, like, I do think this overextension of certain written material is never good. So if they keep Neuromancer to 1 season, take their time with it, get artistic, make it cool, I think I will be happy. I have a low bar here. So we'll see.
Into sci-fi, in my humble opinion. I'd love to know your thoughts on it in the comments down below. And if this interests you, keep your eye out here, because I'm going to be doing the subgenre web, as I did for fantasy, link down below, for science fiction here. So if you're actually coming in this video hoping I would recommend how to get into cosmic horror versus time travel stories, sorry, that's not what this intent was, but that is on the horizon. Like and subscribe if you have not already. Hit the Patreon if you want to support what I do here. And coming down the road, I actually have me talking about a non-sci-fi fantasy book. It's going to be me trying to solve a murder mystery written by Agatha Christie. It's being edited now. Can't wait to get that to you. Like and subscribe. I think I already said that. I love you all. Bye!
Oh, wow. Okay, he's going places. All right. Okay. So he does a web at some point. Maybe we'll look at it. But I am going to edit the title of my YouTube video, because clearly we're not going to get to the other stuff. So I'm going to edit this. I lied. We only got through the Daniel Greene video. My bad. I hope everyone had fun tonight, though. I think I had fun. I feel like I had fun, except for the part where I start crying about Star Wars. But, like, we're going to pretend that it was only tears in the eyes, right? Like, it's not, that doesn't count. That's like tearing up, right? It's not like tears were rolling down my cheeks, right? Like, it's not crying about Star Wars. But anyway, liar. That was a list. It's not like Raj showed up. That was a list. That went places. I think his organization could have been more clearly stated at the beginning. I I feel like he started developing his ocean metaphor toward the latter end. I think he could have probably done with some pre-writing before presenting the video, but I get it. It's hard. I don't want to be overly critical, I suppose. I just feel like it didn't feel as comprehensive, and I would have broken things down a bit differently myself. I believe that there were important elements that were completely set to the side, which felt unfortunate. Yeah. A manly sheen to the eyes at remembering a fallen comrade. Yeah, Wooly. Very manly. As a spreadsheet user, how shit was the whiteboard layout? Oh, it hurt my soul. I have to be gracious and like not get nitpicky and not, like Wooly tells me, not, get lost in the trees and not see the forest and stuff. I know that. So, like, I got to think about his intentions, but I just feel like it was a missed opportunity to really dig into all of the varieties of elements that sci-fi novels can have. And honestly, if he cut out some of his political undertone sentences, he could probably have had at least 15 minutes more free time to talk about something else. Yeah, I mean, he had an amazing maroon cardigan on. I love that cardigan. That was a great cardigan. It had leather elbow patches. And I appreciate that he stated it's his opinion. I appreciated that he noted that there's overlap between everything. He put in some caveats that I always like to see. I just feel that it was a bit messy. Let's all be real. But he recommended some great books. He recommended some books that you all like. He clearly didn't verbally talk about certain other books that he probably finds more problematic, which is kind of like, I don't know, that's a little bit, he has a bias, clearly. But it was interesting. It made me realize, so if we go back to the whiteboard, let's see if we can find the whiteboard here. It did help me kind of realize that I feel like there's like a picture of the, yeah, here we go. It did make me realize that I really want to write pulp stories that create a space opera, and I want that space opera to have science fantasy elements with a reasonable level of realism, and some aspects of it will touch on dystopian elements to a degree. But in terms of ease of reading, I want it to have a pulpy feel, but I want it so that if you read all of the books that I write, it will then become extremely philosophical, and it will go into apocalyptic, like I philosophical, maybe. Yeah. That took 4 hours. Yes, I failed. I failed miserably, folks. Was there ever chat, did you have fun though? Let me know if I'm like really off base here. I feel like I had fun, but maybe it was just one-sided. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I had fun. Yeah. I think it was very interesting. I believe this recommendation came to us from Simp, I believe. Thank you, Simp, for recommending this. Although I think he's clearly a biased reviewer, he had a lot of great recommendations, and it certainly widens sci-fi up for a lot of people. I hope it widens sci-fi up for a lot of people. You know, was there ever a doubt that the tism is with us? That is true, Willie. That is true. Yeah, I think if I was going to say, like, I'm not sure about the order of some of this, but now that I kind of got a grip of what he really wanted to kind of talk about, which is accessibility, right? So it's really what he's talking about here is the 7 levels of accessibility. That's what he's really talking about in sci-fi. And I would say that there's some stuff missing. I would frankly put satire in with, to a degree, satire and dystopia kind of belong together. Yeah, it's an interesting way of thinking about accessibility, and I will agree that there are varying levels of accessibility in sci-fi, but I also feel like a lot of sci-fi readers who I've talked to have read a little bit of all of the levels. Like, I feel like most people dabble in all of these levels to a degree. Maybe not satire. I don't dabble in dystopian, that's for sure. But I definitely feel like I have read the space opera. I've enjoyed science fantasy. I've read near future. I've read pulpy stuff. And I've read some hard sci-fi. And to be fair, I did actually read dystopian for academic reasons. I just don't read it for entertainment. If you are actually saying that Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is satire, then yes, I've read satire too. And Simp pointed out that Terry Pratchett's Discworld is satirical, so I've read that satire as well. So I can actually now check off all of these boxes. Sci-fi isn't a big genre. No, it's gigantic. It widened my hate for Daniel, if anything else. If you enjoy a particular genre, chances are you've read things from all levels on suggestion and popularity. Yeah. So I feel like most people bounce around, right? Not everyone's going to feel up to reading hard sci-fi. I am also confused why The Martian didn't end up in hard sci-fi. I honestly thought that The Martian and what Andy Weir writes would be in hard sci-fi, because holy fudge-sicle, that stuff is grindy AF. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, I obviously don't have a science degree, so I could be wrong, but how did Kwong's book with its shitty math get into hard sci-fi, and The Martian didn't get into hard sci-fi? So many questions. I would recommend the Toasty videos. Okay, I will put it in the queue. I will go back into the queue, Willie, and I'll try to find them. I'm like so mind boggled about this, because like Simp was telling me the other day that he hated a book because the math was bad. What book was it? What book were we talking about? And I was like, okay, that's a way to write off something. I can't remember. But I'm going to be honest, this just makes me a bit amped up about Shat's book. Oh, okay. So do you hate Kwong's book as much as Shat's book because of the math? Like, do you think the 3-body problem is just absolute shite? Because apparently all it takes for you to hate a book is the math. Like, do you think the three-body problem is even worth reading, given the shitty math in it? Isn't three-body problem written by, like, a Chinese American or something? Or are they Chinese? Maybe they're Chinese. It wasn't the maths, it's just 50% of Shad's book is bad science. Was it trying to be good science? Are we not supposed to be judging the intent of something? Like, if R.F. Kuang has bad science and math, and her intent is not to care about that, but just to make a point, and we say that that's fine. If Kuang is catabasis, three body is another. Oh, three body is Li Tzuxin or whatever. I forget the name. Okay. Kuang is catabasis. Three body is different. Okay, yeah, we're talking about Kuang, I think. Where did he put Kuang? Did he even mention Kuang? I thought he mentioned somebody in hard sci-fi. Maybe he mentioned three-body problem in hard sci-fi. Maybe he put a three-body problem in hard sci-fi, which makes more sense. Although I thought you would put it in... Oh, that's First Contact, right? Three-body problem is First Contact. That's technically First Contact. Kuang is catabasis. Is catabasis or catabasis? R.F. Kuang. Oh no, it's fantasy. It's a fantasy novel with shitty math. So it's basically like Shad, essentially. A shitty math. Shad would describe Dalen as jumping in physics terms. Okay. So Kuang's fantasy catabasis would be in the same kind of problem. Three body is not. Okay. It was painful to read. I have to read it. I will try to read it and see what I think. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a highly immature writer. But I'm going to say this about Shad. At least he wrote something. Could have wrote Dalen jumped. I mean, that's kind of where, once again, is his physics here, this is what I'm trying to say. Are his physics incorrect, or is his writing poor, or both? And is Kuang's math correct, or is her writing poor, or both? He also makes cool sword videos. I mean, yeah, sure. I've watched a couple. I watched the boob armor one, which I thought was really interesting. I liked his boob armor video. Very fascinating, very like thoughtful, I will say. Both. Okay, I will judge for myself, but frankly, I think it is catabasis even. Kuang's math is only a few pages. So that makes it okay. I think you're a bit biased. But she could be... How many books has she written before she wrote Catabasis? Was it her first one? No, she's written others. Okay, wait 1 second. I gotta find out what's the order of her publishing. She's written more than one book. R.F. Kuang. Book list. Let's take a look. Yeah, she has way... Yeah. Comparing R.F. Kuang, requiring of Shad to write as well as R.F. Kuang is stupid. That's absolute stupidity. They're not even in. He's like a little baby. Yeah. It's just bad and unprepared. Yeah. I would say how many books has Shad written? Just checking here. Shad diversity book. Shadow of the Conqueror. Okay. Shadow. Shad and Brooks. Let's see. How many has he read? He's written 1. Okay. That's different. Yeah. Of course, it's going to be shit. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he's shitty. If he's only written 1 and this is his first one, not surprised. Well, at least now I know. I can go in expecting it to be rough. But at least he's written something. There's some people who can't even get a short story done. So, yeah. There's that. I hope he can bounce back from it and come up with something good and try it again. Writing is a skill. You need to do a lot of it to get good. To get good, Lamau. You clearly don't have to be a good public speaker to I remember my first short story that I wrote. I was, oh wait 1 second, 15. I think I was 14 or 15 when I wrote my first short story. That shit was rough. Fun, but rough. Write something decent. Shad must have wanted to rip his brain apart when he realized writing a book is way harder than writing a script for a video essay. Listen, Leo. The amount of people who say that they have an idea for a book but can't write it themselves is massive. Most people can't get beyond the first few chapters. Writing is harder than gaming. You can't just go left. Yeah. Write something decent. Yeah, I personally believe that an author's first book, you need to take it with a lot of grace. Because they're learning, right? I will say this, at least he tried. It's better than a whole bunch of people sitting around complaining about the state of writing or the state of TV shows or the state of this or that and doing shit all about it. So at least he went out and wrote something that he wanted to see. Now, is it good? Probably not, right? Let's be real. Could he get good? Maybe, if he kept practicing and had somebody like mentoring him so he could avoid certain mistakes. Could he like moderate his voice so he's less annoying and not cringy? Undoubtedly. I think that if you keep honing your skills and keep trying to put something out, I personally wouldn't tell somebody to go for a novel first time out. I've said this over and over again. You should be doing small studies, like page-long pieces of writing, paragraphs of writing, practicing dialogue, practicing description, practicing figurative language. Try a little bit of poetry, try a short story, try a one-shot, which is not the same thing as a short story, but they're close enough. Do these little practices over time and then go for a single standalone novel. And then after you do your single standalone novel, try another one. And then after that, you can maybe do a trilogy. He's an AI artist now? I have no idea. He can't. He is Australian and sounds thus. FML. Yeah. Once again, I give props to somebody who tries. I give props to somebody who tries and tries to put something out. Can we still be critical though? Absolutely. Can we still give constructive feedback? 110%. But I personally don't shit on people who are putting out something in good faith and trying their best. There's no point. It's not helpful. And I think there's a way to talk about something critically without showing your bias. He didn't seem to like the process of writing it, though, so he might be done with all that. He's going to grift somewhere else. And probably, maybe. I don't follow him that much. I think I'm sub to him, but I don't follow him a ton. So I don't know. I have no idea. But I know that a lot of people can't even write a book. I know Epic has completed a novel. I'm not sure about Shay. Simp can't. He hasn't yet. I have completed, setting aside the ghostwriting and the fanfiction, my own stuff. I completed 2 before I turned 20. Then I started writing one that took me a while to finish. That was my 3rd. Journey to the Great Beyond was my 4th. And then the other stuff, I'll just label other stuff. And that was, yeah, a chunk. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 plus 1, 2, 3, 4. So I wrote 10 books completely. Most people don't have the time. You say that, Royal. But if you wrote, let's say, 500 words a day and spent an hour to write 500 words, which, by the way, that's rough. If it takes you that long, you probably need to rethink using it as a professional. Like, you probably shouldn't write as a professional. Just do it as a hobby if it's taking you that long. But let's say you're doing 500, or get into trad publishing. Get trad publishing and have the traditional publishers coax you through your script, at which point you're probably going to collapse, and then you're going to hire a ghostwriter to help you collate and fix things. But let's say you spend 500 words every day. You could eventually shit out a novel. Yeah, I think there are a lot of people who complain about stuff and then don't do it. They don't take responsibility and make their own stuff. And it is fine. You know, it's whatever. If you don't want to learn how to write, I'm not trying to force you to learn how to write. But don't shit on somebody who tries it and fails. That's my argument here. I think as from a literary perspective, I can come in and be like, hey, this is a problem. We have issues here. I can give feedback from an editorial point of view. Of course, we have to be careful about literary analysis. Literary analysis is actually 98% not focused on the quality of something. If you're at a high level literary analysis, you are not actually talking about whether something is well written or not. That's a consumer interest issue, not a literary analyst issue, if that makes sense. Most literature, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the literary quality of a piece of writing. Almost never. Like, I would say, in my many years of taking a degree in English, I never wrote an essay that focused on the literary quality of a piece of writing. That's an editorial or like a reviewer's job, like related to editors and other types of readers. Most literary analysis has nothing whatsoever to do with saying whether a book is good or bad in terms of writing. Sometimes it will come into play if we're trying to assess certain meaning and then kind of tease out some complications, let's say because of lack of education or something on the part of the writer. But generally speaking, most of the time when you're writing essays about literature at university, you're not actually taking time to parse out whether something's well written or not. Now, there are some I consider talking about the quality of something to be fairly low level. So lots of people with adequate training can figure out if something's written well or not. It's more about how the book interacts with culture. Nowadays it is. Yes, Leo. Nowadays it is. Indeed. Yeah. Nowadays, literature is combined with culture studies, so it's applying cultural context to literature and then basically using literature as like a club to get people to believe the same thing that they want you to believe, essentially. It's like a form of propaganda, essentially. I was not interested in it. I had no interest in that kind of bullshit. I paid lip service to it, but because I didn't want to get ejected from my I didn't want to get ejected from that, but wait a minute. Where's my position paper? Here, I'll show you my first thesis here for a piece of writing that I did for Christabel, which is written by Coleridge. What horror, a sight to dream of, not to tell. Coleridge, line 253. What horror or deformity was revealed with Geraldine's disrobing? It is left up to the imagination of us, the readers. This technique of careful revelation intensifies the drama within Christabel, Coleridge's unfinished epic-style poem. Within the mirrored figures of Geraldine and Christabel, this drama highlights the revelation of the dual nature of the psyche throughout the poem. In Christabel, Coleridge explores Gothic anxieties surrounding the duality of the psyche, an underlying theme in Romantic poetry, which he negotiates through technical and narrative handling of Gothic emotion. My prof let me do some psychoanalytical readings. She was such a good prof. She was the best one. She was technically not a professor. She was hired as like out of the, she didn't get a tenure or anything. She was essentially just an instructor, like a glorified instructor. Best. And she was like, you can do multiple readings. I said, like psychoanalytical, and she just looked at me and she was like, yes, please, you can do anything you'd like. And I was like, oh, thank God I don't have to write about fucking post-colonial bullshittery or feminism or Marxist readings. Thank goodness. So, like, yeah. Gaiman is still writing. Shad has no excuse. Yeah, I think if we're talking about getting review bombed, I don't think that's an excuse. I agree. I agree with Royal. If Shad wants to pursue writing and views it as an authentic way for him to share his ideas, he should pursue it regardless of whether he's going to get review bombed. That's weak sauce reasoning. Right? I agree with Royal on this one. I think if Shad's reasoning is, oh, I don't want to get review bombed, that's silly. You just do what you want. That being said, there are lots and lots of people who are mentally lazy and they aren't necessarily pushing themselves to try writing. And then they sit in their little armchairs and they're like, oh, isn't it so funny or so horrible that this writer did this? And I'm like, yes, we can, from a literary perspective, okay? Like, people like myself can come in and start parsing quality if we wish to. Personally, I'm going to be honest, I'm not actually, this is going to sound crazy, I'm actually I'm disinterested in quality. I believe that it's useful in terms of consumer protection, okay? In terms of consumer protection, quality is important. And as such, literature people who understand how to write and how to read can weigh in to be like, hey, is something good quality or not? But an actual literary critic isn't concerned with quality. Quality is like one factor of many, many factors that make something worthwhile analyzing or reading. And that's where I'm saying it is very easy for some people to sit in an armchair, and it's the lowest form of analytics, honestly, to say whether something is well done or not. And people literally pat themselves on the back for being able to determine whether something is well written or not. Newsflash, there's more to literary analysis and review than figuring out if something is well written or not. Rings of Power isn't well written. No shit. No fucking shit. Right? So this is what I'm saying is like low hanging fruit. That's what it is. Right? Low hanging fruit. I'm more interested in figuring out, did Shad accidentally fuck up his premise on a thematic level? That's interesting to me, because if he fucked up on a thematic level, I'm like, oh, Shad, my boy, you have stepped in it, right? From a literary perspective, I think that's more interesting to me. Once again, when I talked about Rings of Power, I touched on the obvious inconsistencies. I said, yeah, there's bad writing here. But if you watched my video, I got more theoretical as I went further deep dive into where Rings of Power went wrong. That's literary analysis, okay? Me determining whether this sentence makes sense is that's the lowest form, okay? And if you can't pass that, if your sentence is so broken, like What Fury Brings, your writing is trash. Okay? Now, What Fury Brings on a thematic level is interesting, but also trash. But on like the baseline is just make sure your grammar and writing is okay. And usually if that's all you achieve, I'm going to have fun. But if you can't even get your word choices right, if you can't even get your grammar sorted, you probably should, get help. When you're hopping from job to job, it's hard to find an hour to focus on writing in which you don't feel guilty for. It's so much easier to scroll slop. God bless those that find the motivation and time. I do agree, Royal, that we are living right now, and I'm one such person right now, Royal, who is working at a job that is literally draining her, right? I'm not working at a job. I'm working at a job I do well. I'm a pretty good teacher. Let me say that, okay? People want me to teach their kids. I hate it. And it gets so bad on the weekends that I don't even want to sometimes talk to anybody, even in my family. I hardly talk in family chats or anything like that because I'm just burnt out many times. I don't like my job. I understand what it feels like to be sapped creatively and to hate what you're doing. And to, at the end of the day, just want to put your feet up, pop on an MMO, right? Put on some YouTube and have fun, right? I absolutely 110% agree with you. I don't want to shame people for not having the internal resources to individuate themselves adequately so that they are productively creative in some area of their life, okay? Whether it is painting or making music or just playing music or exploring art or going to a museum, whatever it is, right? I get it. Some people are just kind of checked out. That's the way it is, right? Stress, all of that. But don't come to me afterwards and pretend, right? And pretend that, oh, well, this could have been so much better. You try it yourself. Okay? So before you start shitting on people in an uncharitable manner from an uncharitable place because you hate that person personally, why don't you start sitting down and writing a book and try to actually complete something for a change? There's a lot of people out there right now who uncharitably critique something. They have an axe to grind, and they themselves are not cognizant of the work that actually goes into some of that stuff. Now, obviously, I'm not talking about people who use AI to write. That's a whole other discussion. But if you're someone who has done your best, it's your first book, you put it out, I'm going to be way easier on you than if it is your 7th book. That's why I am tough on myself, because I've written a lot. I should be getting better. If I'm not getting better, why am I not getting better? He's got 5 kids. Yeah, true. 5 kids can take a lot out of you. True. Even if you write a good book, there will be people hating it, so it's the same difference. That's true. Shad has a lot of haters. That's true. His book didn't help, as people say that it's a self-insert. I mean, I will figure that out myself. But what does it have to do with the fear of review bombing? I don't know. Yeah, self-inserts are based, actually. Yeah, I'm not a fan of self-inserts, so I'm going to figure out if it's a self-insert or not. But once again, a literary analyst, someone who is trained to analyze literature, can weigh in and say, hey, something is shitty. But I don't like it when review analysts or literary analysts disguise their dislike of someone, their very personal dislike of somebody, and then go after that person and cast aspersions on that person and use their literary analysis or their air quote literary analysis, when it's just an actual low level review, as a way to basically low key slander them, or libel, whatever the difference is. I think it's slander. No, maybe it's libel. Libel is spoken? Or slander? I think it's libel. Anyway, so I'm not a fan of some of the motivations behind armchair criticism. I think armchair criticism is okay and it can exist. I'm not saying that anybody here can't have an opinion because they have, it's like you can't have an opinion even if you haven't made a video game. You can have an opinion of a book even if you haven't read a book. But I think that some armchair critics come at a person from a place of bad faith, and they can get extremely personal, unprofessional, and then they pretend that it's okay because they're being academic. They have no concept of what high-level literary analysis looks like. So they're adding a weight of pretension to what I consider to be low-level analysis. And then on top of that, they then start making accusations about that person. You can have an opinion. There's an asterisk. Yeah. I'm not saying, guys, by the way, that you can't have an opinion. You should have an opinion. You should vote with your wallet. You should go on and review something. But for example, okay, there is this book I hate a lot. It's called What Fury Brings. I think it's absolute trash fire. But there were people who went on there and were just clutching their pearls and being like, oh my god, oh my gosh, the blah. And they went after the general concepts, and I'm like, this isn't even helpful. You're just spazzing out because it's making feminists look bad. You need to be a bit more rigorous about how you actually critique that book, because critiquing that book is easy because it's poorly written. So I felt that a lot of the reviews, although understandable and coming from a place of authentic dismay, were not helpful and came off as moralized pearl clutching on the part of the feminists. And so it's not helpful for these critical feminists to write this way. It devalues their criticism of a book. They're trying to say that the book is also devaluing. Do you see what I'm saying? It was a weird situation. And I remember looking in on the reviews and going, holy moly, they need to calm down. And they need to just talk about the facts. But they can't, right? Because a lot of people can't talk about the facts. A lot of people just have a gut instinct. Oh, this is wrong. Well, why is it wrong? They have to sit with it. They have to think about it. They have to reread it multiple times. And I think there was only one review that was close to what could be considered a more technical analysis of what is wrong with that book. But there was a lot of reviews responding to that book that is on par with people pearl clutching about Shad's book. Because once again, there's a lot of assertions about these poorly written books, and the people are just freaking out because they disagree with how the author handled a topic, or because the author is problematic, but they're not actually dealing with the text in an insightful and constructive kind of way. So, yeah. Good night, Royal. Rest well. Thanks for hanging out. Checo, is bedtime for you? Yeah, be rambling. No, it's I don't. I guess I'm just. Yeah, I'm going to read Chad's book and I'll come back. And if it's an absolute trash fire like What Fury Brings, I will dissect it. Don't worry. I will be there. I will be there. Scientists say that people only have 2 to 4 hours of real work in them every day. Every hour after that, productivity goes down. Maybe starting a day with a hobby is the strategy. Yeah, it could probably help, Royal, with mental therapy and health, because I think when you learn how to create something with your hands, there's an agency, and there's a learning that arises out of that moment of pushing yourself and achieving a vision. Achieving your vision is so hard. Coleridge, this bro here that I was analyzing, Samuel Coleridge, kept taking basically what would now today I think be cocaine, I think, but maybe it was more like hash. Anyway, he kept taking drugs. And he would have these really beautiful pieces of poems, like the famous poem Kubla Khan, right? In his Anu to Kubla Khan, the stately pleasure dome decree, where Alf, the sacred river, ran down to a sunless sea. And, he struggled with finishing his writing because he would be inspired by this thing that he saw well drugged up, and he would write stuff down, but the vision would fade and he could never finish some of his pieces because they were in the sense of this the weight of them, they could not be finished. Christabel is one example of an unfinished poem that he wrote, and another one is the Kublai Khan poem. So in Victorian literature class, I actually tackled an essay about the Coleridge and William Wordsworth, I believe, or was it William Blake, actually? I talked about how both of them were grappling with this, essentially this ongoing struggle within the human spirit to create, right? And William Blake in particular was very sensitive to the reality that in a world where innocence is lost, in a world where exploitation is present, where essentially where sin and where internal and external corruption exists, the ability to realize one's vision is almost instantly made extremely complicated. So you might have all of the will in the world to make a thing, but it's actually the perseverance and the individuation and the spiritual growth of a person to bring that creation to light. And this is why Tolkien, I think, touched on how evil cannot create. It can only corrupt. Because in order to commit to a vision and then see it through to the end is a spiritually and psychologically significant experience. Yeah. And it's very easy for people to shit on somebody writing a book, especially when the book is shitty, right? And we certainly have to call authors to a higher place. We have to say, is this all you got? Can you push yourself further? For sure, right? We need to call authors to a higher place as consumers and as literary analysts. But I think there's a lot of people right now who live in a space of passivity, and it's hurting them long term. It's hurting them long term. If Shad put Catboys in it, he's got her. To plant trees whose shade you will never know. Guys, it's the greatest fantasy debut I ever read. Yeah. But once again, I'm not saying you guys can't have an opinion on something. I'm not suggesting that. But I get frustrated with disingenuous reviews where it's clear that somebody has an axe to grind with a person, and therefore everything that person does can't possibly be good. It's like how people are talking about J.K. Rowling. It's like how some people were talking about Neil Gaiman. And I'm like, Neil Gaiman is a creep, but he is a very, very good writer. Is he probably creepy? Yeah. But is he a good writer? Yeah. Wrong. I can't have an opinion. Wait. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Differentiate from opinion to objective analysis. Yeah, we got to do that. But anyhow, I guess I just get a little bit frustrated when people are struggling with personal and spiritual or creative emptiness, and they're like, oh, I don't have time. But I guarantee that if you want to pursue something, whether it's carving wood or carving soap or making candles, or Royal is binding books, and Epic is doing 3D printing, and some of you boys, I think, are painting models and things like that. I think if you prioritized, you would discover the benefit and the agency that you can get from learning a skill. Basically, you're evil or good depending on who you voted for. Yeah, I like Neil Gaiman, for example, is incredibly well, like, you know, he came out, he's a feminist, he's a you know, yada yada yada. Don't care, he's a good writer. Ben is building a meth lab. Oh my lord. This is Ben's midlife crisis coming in here. Are you playing that drug game that Asmongold was playing? Yeah. Anyway, I'll stop. I'm gonna stop here, but hopefully we left with some food for thought. And yeah, I'm riding the white pony. What the heck? Are you okay over there, Ben? Simp? Is Simp in chat? He's on a pony. It doesn't get better than that. A bit too much devil lettuce. Got some new recipes to try out tomorrow, so expect photos. Okay. You'll finish those poems. I'm going to call it here. But Simp is completely off with Guin Saga. Why are people not understanding what cat boys are? How is this so hard? How do people not understand what cat girls and cat boys are? What are we? Oh my lord. Like, what are we doing? Oh, people need to get educated on the Nekomimi furry scale. Good heavens. Anyway, let's end it here and call it a night. Thank you everybody for hanging out. It was great to chill with you and get your feedback. I have some interesting recommendations for people. I'm probably going to talk a little bit about Gene Wolfe's book as I work through it. But I am excited to see where this goes. Next week might be a react, might be something else. We'll see. There's some other things that are going on / not going on in my life, so we'll see about other plans that I might have. But there are on my bucket list a few video games that I started that I want to finish. And yeah, I'm cognizant of what I need to get done. It's just that my time is unfortunately not being handled in the way that I would like it to be handled, and I want to spend time preparing for my writing and doing the work that I'm doing, etc., etc. So maybe once Dawn Trail is done and I feel like I have a bit more free time, I can kind of return to streaming some specific games. But yeah, let's call it there. Thank you everybody for coming in. I appreciate everyone being present, and I hope everyone had a lovely night, and I will see everybody later. Okay. Thanks again, everybody.